flickering screens, a neon guise. Truth dissolves in the digital haze. We're all just pawns in a twisted maze. Purple or blue, white or black, we all bleed red, that's a fact. Fools, fuels, freedoms, that's all we need. They sow division, we plant the seed. Gaslight nation, we see through the game. Tired of the fire, tired of the same. Hungry minds with empty plates, they serve us fear, they call it fate. We're breaking chains, we're waking fast, so they hold on us, we're never lost. Purple or blue, white or black, we all bleed red, that's a fact. Fools, fuels, freedoms, that's all we need. They sow division, we plant the seed. Gaslight nation, we see through the game. Tired of the fire, tired of the same.
Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Let's see what's going on here. What do I have up? Oh my goodness, I am on it, not on it today, am I? Holy cow. Welcome in, my Tater Nation. Appreciate you guys being here. It's Thursday, and we know what that means. Tater is tired from work, and it's Tater Talks Thursdays, where the mics are hot, the takes are hot, the mics are on, and the potatoes are fully baked. And I'm sun-baked today. This is the round table. This is the open panel. This is where bold ideas meet real conversations. No scripts, no safe little sound bites, no flakes. Just organically grown conversations served fresh. And you know, as potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes. We like watching all the interesting things that humans do up top. And tonight we're going to be digging into those big questions, the sharp disagreements, and maybe even a little uncomfortable truths. But we do it with logic, respect, and a willingness to actually listen, right? We'll readdress that. Willingness to actually listen. So pull up a chair, check your ego at the door, and let's dig in, because this is Tater Talks Thursdays. And of course, for inspiration, you think you're stuck. I've been in the same spot my whole life, and I still became something. I'm just a potato, but still became something, right? And of course, Bruce Lee. If you spend too much time thinking, you'll never get it done. Do. Always do. And of course, before we begin, this program contains open dialogue and unscripted commentary. Guest participants speak for themselves, and their opinions are solely their own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the host or this channel. Conversation may include strong language, conversational perceptives, or emotionally charged positions. The purpose of this format is dialogue, not endorsement. We don't clip farm here. We expect all participants to follow platform terms of service and community guidelines. Personal attacks, threats, or calls for harm will result in immediate removal. And viewer discretion is advised with the possibility of strong language. All right, let's see. Do we have anybody in the panel room yet? That looks like we do.
Yes, you do.
All right. Welcome in, ODJ. Let's get over here. All right, let me see. Sorry, give me just a sec here. All right, so welcome in, guys. Let's see. We've got, who do we have in the chat? Heaven Maxed, appreciate you joining me. And Chaos Theory, appreciate you guys. Is the chat wigging out for anybody else? Of course, you can't tell me if it is because I couldn't even get into the chat for some reason for a minute there. Appreciate you guys. All right, so let me, let's see. I'll unmute myself here. ODJ, welcome. All right, let's see. And of course, if anybody wants to join the panel, anybody in the chat would like to join, anybody is welcome. Feel free to just join my Discord. Once joined the Discord, just go to the vetting room. I've cleared the room of all participants from prior streams. So if you've been on here before, you'll still need to go through the vetting process. I want to make sure that we're continuing to make sure we reiterate the rules and letting people know that they're going to be on camera. Hey, Static Age, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. All right. All right, ODJ, welcome in. Okay, so have you looked at the prompts? I haven't even had a chance to look at the prompts to make sure that they've been put in there.
Okay, I see that.
It's been a long day for me. Let me see here.
Dave
Okay,
put
perfect.
these in the side chat a really long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when I apparently set the link so I wouldn't have to worry about it this morning before I went to work because I left at like 5 o'clock this morning. Okay, so number 1 is, are country folk more virtuous than city folk? Why or why not? Number 2 is, what is the largest existential threat to the West? Number 3, does vigilante justice, quote unquote, make anything better? Number 4 is, if leftists are supposed to be more about advanced biology and science, why is it the conservatives are generally healthier than their Democrat counterparts? Is the Democratic lifestyle literally poisonous? And number 5 is, does left versus right mean anything today at all? I also do want to talk about the latest interesting debacle over in Brazil, I believe it was, where the young woman got hucked off the bridge, believing that she was on a rope swing. That was an interesting story I meant to add to the prompts. Welcome in, Heaven Max. Appreciate you. Welcome in, more Celery. Appreciate the engagement in the chat. Good to see you all. Good to see you. All right. So is either one of you have anywhere that you'd like to start with the prompts?
If you're going to talk about the Brazilian thing, I think that's actually quite a sad but interesting story.
Right. It's extremely sad. It broke my heart a little bit. But yeah, if you guys want to talk about that. ODJ, do you know what I'm talking about?
Not really.
That's all right. So, quick rundown, basically. Do you know what a rope swing event is? Kind of like bungee jumping, but they don't use a bungee jump. They use a rope.
I've got an idea.
So basically, yeah. So just for the chat, just make sure everybody understands what a rope swing is, because everybody keeps saying the rope. And I was confused for a little bit, and I had to go look up a rope swing, and they anchor your anchor point extremely far to one side or the other, and so that way when you drop, the tension is taken up in the swing, and so you don't just snap in half, basically. What's funny and ironic is the inventor, the creator, the finder, whatever you want to call him, of this particular type of extreme swing, died due to his anchor point failing. I don't know why anybody would try to do that, but yet they continue to do it, and they're like booking it and things like that. It's wild. Hey, Abe, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, Mr. President. Good to see you. And of course, if anybody in the chat doesn't know, Abe has his own show. Make sure you give him some love, and Static Age has his own show as well. All right, so long story short, ODJ, they got her up. They, instead of her just jumping off of this bridge, it was 130-ish feet.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. I remember that.
Okay, you saw it. Yeah, it's all over everything right now. So I figured everybody had seen it, but just to make sure everybody knows, rather than just hopping off, jumping off, she opted, or they talked her into it or something like that, to do a Superman flying throw, and these three guys picked her up. And the last one in the line, I should have seen the fact that the rope wasn't connected. At the audience was trying to tell them at the very last second before. I mean, it was already too late when they started trying to yell it, as far as I could tell. So, what's wild to me is shortly after that, there was another Brazilian. It wasn't the same kind of event, but she was rock climbing or something like that, and ended up plunging to her demise as well.
Wow.
Yeah. So, hey,
yeah, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that one I don't think was quite as televised as this one, and the one that she just gets literally hucked off the bridge. Hey, Pharmacat, welcome in. Appreciate the engagement. All right, so let's see. Of course, my internet is already being stupid. Okay, so what are you guys' thoughts on it?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the three people were already convicted of premeditated murder.
Is that what I'm not? I haven't heard that, but I have heard that three people were arrested, but I didn't know how far that had gotten.
Oh, sorry. I don't think they've actually been convicted. They're pursuing a conviction for premeditated. I believe something like, I understand, like when you look at Carmelo Anthony case and everything, they say, oh, there's premeditation. It doesn't have to be that long forethought. But I wonder how it plays in with intention, with this whole situation.
Well, and what's crazy to me is she had reports that I'm hearing is she had a GoPro with her during the jump, and they cannot locate it from what I have seen. I haven't seen anything updated as far as that goes. So the last I knew, they hadn't found it, which could be a serious red flag. You know what I mean?
That is true.
Yeah, and it's just weird how the bigger a company gets, the less actual punishment there is or consequences there are for the employees or anything like that, right? Like with the BP oil spill, did anyone really get any time? Did anyone really get any charges for that? No. And how many lives and ecosystems did that devastate?
Right.
Too many.
Too many. Yeah. Way too many.
And they get off scot-free. It makes no sense, and then three people in some third world country, no offense, in comparison to the United States, they're like, oh, yep, guilty of murder. And it's like, well, we should be more accountable of our people then too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to agree with that for sure. We definitely need to be holding especially the big corporations, because it's kind of the same way I feel about, the president and things. They should be the role models, the ones that we're looking toward for the next generation to model, the ones that built the powerhouse of capitalism that we have, right? We should be watching them for the next generation to take after, and we've got them doing that and then calling out. It's just hypocrisy at that point in time, I would say, right?
Absolutely. I agree with that completely. It's like, oh, well, you guys should be, consequentialist enough about it that you care if this small individual, small LLC type group does it, but Hey, if you do it with millions of people, it's okay.
Right. Any thoughts on that, ODJ?
Not really.
Okay.
I
No
think
worries.
that's horrible.
Yeah, it's freaking wild. So what I'm curious about is I don't know how much you've seen of it, how much you've looked into it, but do you think it's premeditated? Like, what are your thoughts on this whole debacle in Brazil? I'm
not really sure. I just know her fiance was allegedly right there, and that's horrible.
yeah
I mean,
exactly.
it's impossible for it to be premeditated because how the hell does this even happen? I'm sure they have so much training on how to prevent this.
Well,
There's no way it should happen.
exactly right. That's exactly it right there. Is they have so much training that should be a almost as natural as breath to attach the rope if they are so I can't remember, and at Heaven Max, I don't know if you heard or know, what did they pay for this event? Do you remember?
I can't remember, but I think they got a bundle deal, and it was insanely cheap. Like, it's one of those prices where you're like, I wouldn't do that.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? I want to say it was like $35. Now, I didn't hear that it was a bundle price or something like that, but even with a bundle price at $35, I would have kind of freaked out for sure. I
do understand the premeditation, but she also has some onus on her too. And I hate to say that because it's very tragic what happened. But don't catch me jumping off a bridge with a rope without checking the ropes attached to me 10 different times for.
So that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Is the fact that she opted or they talked her into it or whatever, but she allowed them to pick her up without that rope, and it's like I would have been like holding that rope, right, until I jumped off the bridge, and then I would have let go of it or whatever if I needed to not have my hands with, because I can understand you getting your hands ripped off or something because the rope catches. But I would make sure that safety harness is there and good as I'm stepping over the rail, and there's no way I'd have somebody pick me up. And like you're saying, Heaven, like I agree with you that she's got some culpability. We all have some culpability with our lives, right? But I mean, again, I don't know if she opted to do it or if they talked her into it, and who knows how would we even know at this point, But I just found that wild. And then, like I said, the other event, and again, it wasn't as televised, so I didn't see many versions of it. The one that she gets hucked off at first, like I said, I keep hearing it's a rope. They didn't attach the rope, and I was like, isn't she bungee jumping? And then I saw a bungee jumping video, and it was obviously huge. And at the end of it, where it's attached to the harness, there's a big spring recoil tension taker. And so it's obvious that it's a bungee cord, and you look at that cord that they're supposed to be attaching to her, and it's just like a climbing rope. So when I first saw it, I was like, what is going on right now? And then when I started to do some research, and it made sense a little bit. Again, I still don't, the inventor, the finder, whatever you want to call him, died because his anchor failed. Why would anybody think that this is a safe practice? When I realized that nothing that like skydiving, parachuting, rock climbing, those kind of things aren't exactly safe. There's been tried, tested, and proven to be somewhat safe as long as you're smart about it, right? But if the inventor is literally the one that started the trend of dying because your anchor failed, not a good trend to start.
Yeah, I mean, and when you learn about rope climbing and stuff like that, yeah, they put anchors every 15, 20 feet or whatever, but they really don't want to rely on them because they do fail.
Right, exactly. They don't rely on them typically, right? It's just a safety in case they slip. But typically it's their power, their muscle that's holding them on. So if you take, and like you said, they are concerned with it failing, And some of these things that hold them up, I'm just like, how does that hold up 300, 200 pounds or whatever? And I realize that a lot of these guys, girls, they're usually lean, fit, light-ish, and so they're not weighing a whole lot. But some of these cams that they stick in between the rocks and they use the tension to catch them, they look like quarters, nickels almost. That's that size. It's wild. Hey, Leia, welcome in. Appreciate the engagement. Good to see you. All right. Was there anything else on that? Did you have anything further on that, Evan?
Just a tangent, because we've seen quite a few horrible accidents this week. Oliver Tree died in a helicopter accident. There was that skydiving family. I don't know if you saw that. I think that was Missouri, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Airplane crashed and 12 people perspired from that.
geez.
There was some sort of like military accident happening in Virginia. Like, oh yeah, there's been like 20 deaths of Americans in the last week from like falling or aircrafts or something.
Yeah, that's wild. I didn't know about all that. I heard about maybe one or two of them, but not the skydiving or the family or whatever. That's wild. 12 people.
I heard about Oliver Tree from my friend who's like addicted to his music for whatever reason.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of music, but I did
His music is like meh.
what did he do? What song that I know?
I can't even remember the name of some of the songs, but he's got like that "Don't Remind Me" song.
Oliver Tree. Let's see. What songs did you make? You sucka, Miss You, Life Goes On, Ultraman, Jerk, Alien Boy. I don't recognize any of these.
I mean, two more really sad and scary things that have nothing to do with accidents, but were actual intentional attacks. There was a shooting in Times Square today.
Oh,
And 2 days ago in Jersey City, 6 schoolgirls had sulfuric acid thrown on them and had to go to the hospital from these burns.
where was this?
Jersey City. It was 2 or 3 days ago. There was an sulfuric acid attack, and 6 schoolgirls got like acid on their face. Yeah.
Jesus. Oh, things are getting wild.
I started reading the news more this week, and I was like, of course, this week this all starts happening, and I'm like, I'm not reading the news anymore. I'm out of here.
For real though, right? Welcome in, Trey. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. All right.
Isn't it about?
Go ahead.
Wait, isn't it about liberal protesting time? Why haven't I seen anything about liberal protests? I just now thought about that.
Actually, good question. Especially with what was it that just happened? The Carmelo Anthony case. That's how much I care about it. Right? It's like completely let it like leave my mind because I don't give a shit. But anyway, long story short, I expected a lot of heat from that, and I haven't really seen much at all. Welcome in, Bandit. Appreciate the engagement, buddy.
What's going on?
Did you hear what we were just talking about?
No, I didn't. I was sitting in the other room waiting for the show to start, and then realized it was 20 minutes after.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Yeah. This will be the room that it always takes place in. Any of the other rooms we don't go live in. That way, people are like, they don't have to worry about, being clipped, just chatting and stuff. So I apologize about that, man. Good to see you though. So we were talking about, did you see the little 21-year-old Brazilian girl that got thrown off the bridge?
No, I did not.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it's been all over. But basically what happened is do you know what rope swinging is? Like it's kind of like base jumping or bungee jumping. But anyway, she was supposed to be rope swinging, and somebody didn't attach the rope, and they just hucked her off in front of her fiance was there and a bunch of onlookers, and nobody caught the rope until it was too late.
I've seen some videos like that but it's usually more of like
Right on, more celery,
like third world
Appreciate
country kind of thing where they do bungee jumping, but the
Sounds good, Leif.
the guy didn't think to attach the person.
Hey, don't call it art. Good to see you.
Jumps thinking they're attached to the bungee cord when they haven't been secured in yet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what happened, but she didn't.
Well, she was thrown.
Yeah. So she opted to, or they talked her into it or something like that, but they picked her up into a Superman pose, and 3 guys threw her off of the bridge without the rope attached.
Not that it matters, because I'm assuming she didn't survive, but
Right, she didn't.
how
No.
far?
It was 130 feet.
Like,
Yeah, I think what they said is like it's a 7-second fall, which, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the next question would be, when did she realize that she wasn't attached? Was it a whole way down of 7 seconds? Was it the last 2 seconds where you expect to be swinging? Was it at all? Right? Was she even suffering with that for any time at all? Right? Or was it just an immediate? Obviously we don't know. But the next thing, Bandit, was the fact that she had. So I'm hearing stories that she had a GoPro camera with her that they cannot find now.
let's just hope that footage never makes its way onto the internet.
Yeah, I really hope that it never makes its way on the internet.
Likely will.
I hope they find it. I hope that the authorities find it and they figure out what happened in those last few moments. But I sure as hell hope that it doesn't hit the internet. That's for sure. Hey,
If the authorities find
hey,
it,
JD, good to
everybody
see
else
ya.
finds it.
well, and that's fair, but justice needs to be done. We cannot allow people just be hawking people off the bridge and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just decided to make up this company out of the blue and charge $35 to unalive people." Like, this is wild. Anyway, sorry, Bandit. What was that?
I have some. Oh no, sorry. I have some questions. The 3 guys that hucked her off the bridge, were they part of the company?
So
or was it like?
that's
go ahead.
good question. I don't know exactly. Do you know anything about that, Heaven Max? Do you know if it was an actual company that was like licensed and insured, or do you have any idea? I mean, of course, it's Brazil, so nothing's licensed or insured. But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have assumptions based off of what I've read, and I don't think that there was a bigger corporation or anything that they were just like operating out of, in any kind of franchisee type way. I think it was 6 people were originally arrested. They let the first 3 go and kept the other 3. So I'm assuming it's a small group, but fairly decently sized.
Oh, really? Yeah, I thought that. I thought that the first 3 had ran and escaped, basically, that they hadn't let them go. So that's interesting.
Is the reason why I asked is like, granted, I'm looking at this through like an American lens on how, like general liability, how we perceive it.
Right. That's kind of
it would seem
me
to me
too.
to be. Yeah, it would seem to me to be the thing that like, whether the 3 guys were part of the company or were just like some friends or whatever, let's just say they're part of the company, but part of their job has nothing to do with making sure that there's a 4th guy over there that it's his job to make sure that the person is secured. Like, yeah, those 3 guys were the ones that physically chucked her off the bridge. But I mean, that's kind of their job. I mean, I can see there being a set of circumstances where they don't see liability or responsibility in this. Do you follow me on that?
Yeah, it's kind of like Heaven and I were talking about before you jumped on. Is she has some culpability in this? I mean, I'm not going to say that she's to blame for it, but like he and I were talking about, you would never catch me jumping off a bridge without making sure myself, probably 4 or 5, 6 times because I'm OCD, but that my safety harness is secure, tight, whatever it needs to be, and my line is attached where it needs to be, tight. You know, I've tugged on it 2 or 3 different times, kind of a thing. There's no way that I would hop off that bridge, and there's absolutely no way I would have somebody pick me up so that I had no real control over when or how I ended up leaving the bridge's surface. There's no way. So to a certain extent, she does have some culpability, but you know, and if it was like you said, if it was in the States, they're going to have to sign a waiver and this and that and the other, which is going to have some, liability release of sorts. So there is that, but it was just wild. Anyway, is there anything else you wanted to say on it?
No, that's pretty much all. Granted, I don't know that much about it.
Sure.
Can't.
Sure,
I
yeah.
actually agree with Bandit quite a bit on this, where they might not have liability when you think about it larger, because the 3 people that did physically do the act, as long as they have some sort of heart, you know that it's eating them up on the inside what went on. You know, like, could you imagine being one of the workers that threw them? I think there is someone more culpable, and that's whoever's allowing this type of stuff to go on, right? Like, there's some politicians not enforcing something.
That's fair, yeah. Welcome in, Mr. B. Appreciate the engagement in the chat. And again, if anybody wants to join the panel, you are very welcome on my panel. Just hop into the Discord, go through the vetting process. And again, anybody that wants to join the panel, even if you've been on the panel before, I've cleared the permission. So please go through the vetting process with Mr. B and my newly promoted mod, Homestead. In fact, Homestead, if you're listening, I didn't catch you when you chatted before, so please chat again when you get a second so that I can mod you up on YouTube as well. So congratulations to her as well as the newly promoted people on my Discord. Thank you very much for everything that you guys do for me. But again, if you guys want to join the panel, please feel free to. All right, so back to the conversation. Sorry, were you guys talking?
I think
No.
I was all done, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we pretty much covered everything.
But yeah, I would agree that the larger company or whoever the local government, right? If there's no larger corporation, then like Heaven Max said, somebody's allowing this to happen, and so we need to make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing for ourselves, especially with things like that. But again, going back to the rock climbing and things like that, they're not focused on, or they're not supported by those small clamps and things like that. That's just a safety in case they can't hold on or whatever. Anyway, long story short, is there anything else on that? We can move on.
Oh, just real quick.
Yeah, sure.
What kind of bridge was this? Was this like a road bridge, or was it a footbridge, or?
It's actually a really good question. They called it Skeleton Bridge. It didn't. I haven't really done a lot of research on the bridge itself. Heaven Max, do you know anything more about it?
I think it was a closed vehicular bridge, and then it became popular for activities like bungee jumping, base jumping, and this rope swinging thing.
Gotcha.
Okay, because I was just thinking it would raise certain questions.
Yeah. We'll move off this here soon. Don't call it art.
How do you operate this kind of business from a functioning road bridge or something like that? And then one other thing is like, how do you not secure, but like how do you like
anchor it?
Tell the people that no, not the anchoring, but
Gotcha.
like you're gonna swing down, like how do you make sure that like the person doesn't swing down and like go straight into a tree like George of the Jungle?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well, another fair question is, were they going to rely on just these 3 guys to pull her back up? Because after you're done swinging, someone has to get you back up on top of the bridge, right?
I would assume, or either that, or you're going to need to be lowered down, which obviously, so from what I could see, it looks like there's an extension on the edge of the bridge. So it's not like you're going to run into a support beam as you're swinging back and forth or whatever. Maybe you're swinging between the supports or whatever. Anyway, long story short, they could be close enough to the ground where they could just be on the ground level and grab them and ease them down. But that also lends to the kind of idea of the fact that the GoPro's gone. Was somebody down there that was expecting this or was waiting for her to swing? And when they saw that happen, was like, oh, I need to get that and get the evidence and, you know, that kind of thing, right? It's an interesting, concerning case is basically what it boils down to. Because the guy, like Heaven Max said, who's allowing this? But anyway, we can move off of the more morbid topic there. So, Bandit, did you have a chance to look at the prompts at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm drawing a blank on them. Go
No
ahead while I'm refreshing myself.
You're all right. Do either of the other panelists have anywhere that they want to move to?
Particularly.
Not particularly. Okay.
I think we may go DJ pick because me and Bandit have talked more.
What? No. Not picking.
What was that?
And I was talking more earlier.
Oh. So, let's see. What's a decent length one? Are country folk more virtuous than city folk? Why or why not? That's an interesting one. I don't see it being a long one, but we'll go ahead and start with that one. Anybody have any thoughts?
Are the country folk blind?
Easy now. Let's play nice.
I'm sorry.
No, we don't play nice.
Well, we will now. For now.
For now.
I'm not very nice very often, but I will play nice on this one. We'll ease off of it for now. Anyway, so anybody have any comments on that?
Well, I'll agree with the for the lack of a better term, the prompt, because
Appreciate your ex. Thank you very much for that. Good to see you.
Generality, the country folk are more likely to go to church regularly and
thank you for that, Static Age.
be less engaged in debaucherous acts, where you're more likely to see. You don't see pride marches down Main Street in like Mayberry.
Mayberry, where is that? Sorry.
That would Andy Griffith's show, Mayberry.
Oh, I got you. I was drawing a blank. It's been a long time since I've seen that show. Yeah, JB, different stroke or different folks for different strokes. Different strokes for different folks. I think you have it backwards. All right. So any other thoughts on that one? We haven't really talked about it yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't give any monolithic statement to say that one is inherently more virtuous than the other, but I would say that you tend to see more of a community-based rather than relying on institutions to support you in times of need, right? Like, if I need groceries out where I live in the country, I would rather go ask my church or my neighbor before I go looking at food stamps. But in the city, it's the complete opposite.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. In fact, I would agree with that. Probably 110%. Typically, yeah. The outliers, obviously, there's going to be outliers, but yeah, for the majority, I would agree with that. Any other thoughts on that?
Do
OD.
you have any extra thoughts?
Okay. All right. So let's see. Why is this?
Well,
not-
Tater, do you live in the city or out in the country?
So I live out in the country personally, but I don't have any friends, nor do I have a church personally. So I don't necessarily have that. But yes, the people that I know will typically go to their neighbor, their friend, the church storehouse before they get on to food stamps and things like that.
So we're equally virtuous.
I have glass. I'm just stop it. Stop it. All right, moving on. Any other thoughts on that? No. Okay. Like I said, I didn't figure it would be a very long a prompt, but okay. So we'll just move on down the list. What is the largest existential threat to the West? Does anybody have any thoughts on that one?
Immigration.
Anybody disagree with that or have a different existential crisis? I'm having an existential crisis, but I could be a potato.
You
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
are the exponential crisis.
Pretty much. Yep. So we pretty much all agree on that one too. It sounds like. I would say personally it's going to be the data centers and the lack of water that we're dealing with. I know that the area that I'm in has a water curtailment, and they're talking about possibly not allowing people to water their lawns. This is never happened that I can remember.
Depending on place and especially this time of year, you will see like ban burns or burn bans and that kind of stuff. So unless you have a data center that just popped up in your neck of the woods, I wouldn't attribute any kind of water shortage you're personally seeing directly to a data center.
So I could go on for hours about that one, so I won't necessarily get started on it. But like I had mentioned on one of the videos that I uploaded, I'm not opposed to technology, but where are we putting these data centers is the most drought-ridden areas in the United States. So
yeah,
whether it's directly tied to what I'm dealing with personally or not, it is something that a lot of people are dealing with, and that is a crisis as far as I'm concerned.
Just to clarify on what I'm trying to get at is, like, I remember for years and years, this time of year, there would be, like, depending on county, because some counties don't allow you to burn trash at all, but the surrounding counties that would, like, when it came to this time of year, they would do that kind of stuff. And what I'm getting at is not necessarily
it's concerning more celery. I hope they don't get it.
Not what what you're seeing is not directly tied to it. I'm just saying that's like there's plenty of things that have been going on for years and years that, like, it's more likely that it's just like a several circumstances that putting it together versus just saying the data centers are in the headlines. There's a water shortage. There's water shortages are tied to data centers automatically. That's the cause of your water shortage. Like to make it a 1-to-1 to say that is the thing.
Sure. But what uses water? What uses the most water?
Well, this time of year, everyone's out watering lawns, washing their cars.
Right. Well, that's fair. But agriculture, right? Agriculture is the biggest water use. And there's no way in hell we can ever let agriculture stop. So we've got to start putting a stop to other things that use an existential amount of water, right? So we need to start being careful about what we're using the water for is basically what I'm getting at, right? Again, I'm not opposed to technology, but where we're putting these data centers, we've got to be very conscious about it, right? But in the chat, More Celery says single mothers and SMEX culture is an existential crisis, and I would have to agree with that one. And of course, as always, the fetus deletus is Leia Bobea screams at the top of her lungs. So-
I think that a lot of this also comes from being a non-homogeneous society, and not homogeny in the sense of skin color or race.
It's not true,
but
JB.
Beliefs and worldview.
They
I
like to
think that's
make
where
you
it
think
all
that,
starts
but
to
that's not
crumble,
true.
right? Where people don't value
Not
life
true.
the same, think that morality is objective, think that every other culture is equally as valuable. Things like that just makes it detrimental.
Right.
We are the culture. Everyone else, boo, get out. They can
We're
stay
definitely
in their...
the
But with the fetus elitists, we also have the fact that we now don't have the next right. So what they say, a third of that generation, what millennials or whatever it is, a third of them didn't get born. That would probably be an existential crisis, because we could be looking at the next North Korea that has underneath it's a 0.6 replacement rate or something like that.
I know Japan has that. Like
Is it Japan?
the median age is like 55, something like that.
That's true, Static Age. Yeah, I think you're right on that one. I looked at it a while ago. I'm pretty sure that's right. But yeah, so Static Age in the chat says that, obviously the adversary, the one that we don't speak of, is the biggest threat, which of course is true. They all work for that. But we definitely need to start trying to curb what we can on Earth, to make sure that we don't ruin. If there is going to be a next generation, we've got to do something to make sure that they have water, sustenance that's not poison. Right? I don't care what they say. Yeah. The genetically modified organisms are not natural. The 3D printed meats are not natural. The lab grown meats are not natural. And the lab grown meats especially are using a rapidly replicating cell, which is typically associated with cancer. Now, who knows if it's actually cancerous or not? I hear stories it is. I hear stories that it's not. But regardless, it's not natural. So we've got to be extremely careful with what we put into our bodies going forward. But anyway, kind of off topic at that point.
I mean, I'm really worried about this whole tick situation going on in Texas and spreading.
Yeah, that was actually another thing I was going to cover on possibly Sunday, is the fact that we have a 495% increase in alpha gal in the last 6 months, something like that.
What is that?
JB, yeah. Yeah, he's grabbing his beer and his tinfoil hat, JB again. Anyway, so alpha gal, if you have not heard of it, alpha gal syndrome has been around for a good amount of time. However, we have a extreme uptick in ticks. And the Lone Star tick was the one that was first carrying it, and now
Lyme.
Well, not Lyme. Unfortunately, it's even worse than Lyme. So Lyme, the tick has to be on you for more than a certain amount of time for them to actually start to give you that disease. And so you have some time to pick it off of you. Alpha gal is in their saliva. So as soon as they bite you, if you're going to get it, you're going to get it. And alpha gal is a red meat allergy. But unfortunately, it's not just red meat. Unfortunately, it's not just red meat. So once you have alpha gal, it then makes you allergic to anything dairy. So any milk, butter, anything that ice cream, anything dairy, red meat, anything like that, it becomes an allergy, which there has been an actual life that's been taken because of this allergy.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. It is getting wild. So anybody that is watching, please keep an eye out for ticks. I had one crawling up my leg the other day. I happened to notice it before it got me. It wasn't the typical, like the Lone Star and the other one. So I don't know what it might have been carrying, but I lucked out. So please take care of yourselves out there, as I always say. There are multiple ways of keeping them off of you. I don't recommend DEET, obviously. It's not environmentally safe. They keep producing it and telling us that it's not great, but they keep producing it. Try a different route. There's essential oils and all sorts of different. I can't think of anything up right off the top of my head. Again, it was something I was going to cover on one of my streams, but it needs to be talked about.
One of the best things, and people always sleep on this, but you can always use garlic powder. Ticks hate garlic powder.
That's good to know. So JB says, I've seen 2 ticks so far this year in Oklahoma, and I live in the woods. That's really good. That's really good to hear, because like I said, I've never seen one. Never. And I've trekked through all sorts of sagebrush and all sorts of stuff that I get told that they live in, and I've never seen one until now. So it's interesting on that. Yeah, exactly. And the video,
I think I've had a dozen that I've pulled off myself, and I've had to pull one off my kid this year. Absolutely crazy. But there's something about blood type that ticks and mosquitoes are more attracted to.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
Maybe something to that.
For sure. And then more celery is saying tea tree oil, which is Melaleuca oil. I actually have the membership to Melaleuca, and so yeah, I would agree with that. Tea tree oil is like a cure all pretty much. And then cedarwood oil. So make sure you stock up on those and keep them on. They are natural, so they're not going to cause any harm. But they'll hopefully keep the ticks away from you, because yeah. So Heaven Max, you said you picked 12. That was this year. You've picked 12 off this year.
Oh no.
Okay.
So just my life.
Okay. No worry. Like I said, I'd never seen one. I'd heard about them. I want to say one of my sisters had one, so they were around, but I had never seen one. Now, like you said, it could be the blood type, it could be my pheromones, whatever. And that's why it didn't get me. So I went out to a wooded area for work. So it might have been crawling up my leg the entire time I was driving back, but I was sitting on my couch, and I don't have shit for woods in my area. So I was trying to figure out where it came from. So I'm assuming that's where it came from. Anyway, moving on if we want to.
Well,
there's anything.
Do you want to engage in a little bit of conspiracy theory?
Sure, go ahead.
Do it.
Because I find it kind of odd that the liberals have been, for
That's
past,
fair. Don't call it art.
What?
It's fair.
10, 15, 20 years been going vegan.
Just
more
do anything.
More. And then we had the Wu flu a couple years back.
Right.
Would it not be out of the realm of possibility that one of the things they could have been working on is giving these ticks the ability to make people not be able to eat meat?
So again, it's a topic I was trying to cover on a stream, but there is a WEF member on record talking about how Alpha Gal is the next best thing, and how we need to, as people, stop eating red meat. And so, yeah, it is very possible, hypothetically, whatever you want to call it, that somebody is behind this, just like it seems like everything.
Okay. This genuinely hearing that, I have not heard that before. It makes me want to go unalive a bunch of vegans.
Well, no.
Trust me, I won't.
So, yeah, nobody individually is again,
no,
like,
not individually, but
it's like,
you know what I mean.
It's like Static Age in the chat says the biggest threat is the unnamed one, the one that I'm not going to say his name, right? Because everything leads back to that. No matter what anybody is doing, it's because they've been misled. So we need to be understanding of everybody as we can be. And I want to be very careful when I say this, because I'm not nice. I'm just trying to be kind. And when it comes to kindness, we need to make sure that we're trying to help these people before they get too far. Right? But we have to be watching out for our neighbor at all times in order to see that possibility happening. But yes, unfortunately, I've been watching this for many, many years. So it is concerning. I won't necessarily get too much more involved in it, because I don't know what is watched and what's not. So, but yeah, if ODJ, if you ever want some information, come talk to me in the Discord or something like that.
I did not know a WEF guy said that. That is horrible.
Yeah, so I'll probably be showing that on one of my streams because I don't know where it's at right off the top of my head. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was WEF meeting. If it wasn't, it was a public platform, regardless of where he was saying it. So again, this is something that we have to be aware of. So like I said, I'll show you the actual clip when I can find it. But for now, we'll move off that topic, unless there's something pertinent that anybody wants to put in. Okay.
Pertinent? No.
Pertinent? Yeah.
Related? Possibly.
Well, if you want to stay, you can. Like I said, I just want to be careful of what we say because I don't know what's allowed and what's not.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I said it's a bit of a tangent, but might be related. But I do find it interesting. Tulsi Gabbard released information about over 2,000 biolabs across the world. I think that's pretty crazy that we had knowledge of
JB,
that.
that's probably true. That's fair. Heaven Max. Anything on that, OGJ? Okay. Bandit's gone for right now. So, was there anything else then? Was it Heaven Max? Sorry.
Oh no. I was just saying that it's interesting.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of weird things happening lately. And again, where I understand that we're in a new arms race of AI, we want to be very careful about how we proceed. Let's see. All right, so moving to the next topic then. Anybody have anything
probably
else?
safe.
Okay. So does vigilante justice make anything better? Quote unquote justice. Does it make anything better? Welcome, Smedley. Appreciate the engagement. So the prompt that we just moved to is, does vigilante justice, quote unquote justice, make anything better? Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
In reality, in the grand scheme of things, no, it does not make things better.
Okay.
Now, like in Hollywood, in the movies, I mean, anyone ever watch Death Wish?
Doesn't sound familiar.
So, basic vigilante movie. It's like 5 or 6 movies. The first one, his wife and daughter are attacked and
I
killed.
saw that. Don't call it art. It's a little
wink,
concerning.
wink, nudge, nudge. Trying to avoid toss.
Right.
And he ends up deciding to become a vigilante and basically tries to right some wrongs. In certain situations, certain scenarios, I could see something of good coming of it, but as a general, like, should we give it the stamp of approval to? No.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well,
sure. Go ahead.
Like, doesn't vigilantism like devolve into the crowd, and that's where people get lynched, and real bad things tend to kind of happen from that, versus having, I guess, law enforcement settle disputes and arguments. But I guess outside of that, I mean, having vigilantism, man, that's just not going to fly, because then the person that's doing it aren't they like assigning themselves judge, jury, and executioner?
That's not surprising, JB.
Fair.
So generally, anytime it is laid out as being a positive, it's one of those things that all of those systems have broken down. Either the cops are turning a blind eye to actual crime and only going after the the law-abiding citizen because they're not going to give them violent pushback, or the courts are letting people off scot-free for heinous acts.
Right.
And it would be one of those things that, like, the populace sees the system as being broken and irreconcilable.
Okay. Anybody else?
I just don't like the idea of like individual vigilante justice, right? Whenever we speak about on an individual level, it's always wrong, right? You're bypassing due process, the whole legal system, things like that. I get it. When you talk about like an entire nation having an insurrection or treason against their own government because they're not following the letter of the law themselves, then you're talking about a vigilante group versus the authority, and that is okay, right? That's how the founding happened. So it just depends if you're doing what's right for the best of the people or have your own like personal motivation.
So Don't Call It Art kind of got it before I had a chance, but what do you consider vigilante?
To be fair, I completely looked up the definition before I spoke on it because I was like, is vigilante just an individual or could it be a community? And so it is. The actual definition, it's a person who takes the law into their own hands by catching or punishing suspected criminals without any legal authority.
Fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
So technically Batman is a vigilante.
Right. So Don't Call It Art says bounty hunting, however, has many benefits. Basically, after saying, did these vigilante movies come out in the 1950s? So when does it become okay? When a group gets involved, 2, 3, 4?
No, it's the general idea is still it's still wrong because what you should do is if it's like a sheriff or a government official, you should use lawful and legal mechanisms to remove them and install someone who will restore law and order versus taking law into your own hands.
So the town that had to kick their entire board out of the building by vigilante, essentially, that wasn't okay.
It was.
You're breaking up, buddy. You still there? You're still breaking up.
Oh goodness, they got him.
Yeah, right. They're already here. They've got me. Oh no. Bandit, you there? All right. So hopefully he hears us.
Yep.
And there he is. Okay.
I can.
Maybe.
Bandit is very, very, very cutting out.
Yeah, it's super choppy. If you can move, maybe try to. So JB in the chat says, would a militia be considered a vigilante group essentially at that point in time?
No, because militia by definition is not a vigilante group. That's a group that's politically motivated and using military means in order to either overthrow or subdue or suppress possibly a rogue government agency or the government itself. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, like the Minutemen,
it's
right?
a different purpose, right? Because militia's main purpose is to defend, whereas a vigilante is on the offensive against a criminal. Whereas, like if you even look at the founding fathers, the militia was like, hey, we are going to set these new laws and separate ourselves.
Sure.
And if you come after us, we will defend our new nation. It wasn't about we're going to go to England and show them who's boss, right?
Sure. So what do you consider a militia?
Is my mic better now?
Bandit, you're super low now. I can hear you, but I barely hear you.
How about now?
Not any better. I turned you all the way up, but I can still barely hear you. I don't know if they can even hear you. Now, if you're talking, I can't hear you at all.
I'm gonna work on it.
Okay. So what? Yeah. So what would be a legal militia?
It's a well-regulated group to defend individual rights, I believe, right?
Okay. That would probably be the definition. Yeah, I can agree with that. So what? How would that be any different than these groups, that anarchist groups that think that they're doing right by, doing things behind the scenes to manipulate the system, we'll say?
Well, there's actually a good example of this going on right now in our court system with Luigi Mangione, and
Okay.
that was a vigilante act, and that not only didn't help, but it made things worse for everyone. So, a lot of times this vigilanteism doesn't end up working well for the people.
When you say it ended up worse for everyone, do you have anything to expand on that by chance?
Oh yeah. So United Health is the company of the CEO that he assassinated,
Right.
that one hotel. And they have increased within the last year. Security and infrastructure costs have gone up $1.5 billion,
Wow.
which obviously will get passed on down to the people that have them, as, like your copay and everything's going to increase to cover this cost.
Yep.
That's all to replace like their ID cards, security cameras, extra security for all of the people on the cabinets and the boards and everything else like that. So not only, and as well, when you look at the fact that that wasn't even his insurance carrier and they didn't even deny him, so it's like you got the wrong guy, and then everybody that has that guy, all their prices have increased.
I appreciate that information. I haven't really actually looked into it. I didn't really care for the story when it was happening, and I wasn't online at the time, so it wasn't interesting to me at the moment. But that's actually interesting. Appreciate the information. Welcome in, Joker.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I kind of went from one topic to the other real quick. So you're welcome to go if you want. Evan Max.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say the whole case, when you really look into it, the interesting part about it isn't, what he did or the reason why he did it. It's how everyone responded, right? So how the police officers
That's
started
true.
searching his personal private property without warrants, things like that. And it's like, even if he's this horrible assassin and everything else like that, he still has his individual liberty and rights that we give to every U.S. citizen, and they kind of usurp that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I was actually going to be talking about basically insurance companies and how it basically correlates to essentially taxes and what we do with our money, right? Anyway, Joker, I appreciate you joining the panel. Do you know what we're talking about? Would you like to know what we're talking about?
Last I was listening was vigilante justice, and Bandit was talking about sheriff systems. If it's a sheriff, we need to vote him out and stuff like that. And I had something to say towards that. That was it.
Okay. You do have something to say?
Yeah, I did want to touch on that.
Sure.
The only case, there's a major case that's going on right now. I think it's been around for 2 years, where a father, what's it called? 86, I guess. The chief of police of his town, for trying to be with his daughter of 14 years of age. He actually caught him numerous times, stopped him. Finally, after catching him in his truck with his daughter,
Jesus.
he ended up killing, 86ing the
Gotcha. Okay.
chief of police, and he went to jail and so on and so forth.
I would have done the same thing.
Now, he did try to, from what I understand, when he first saw the text messages and stuff, go through the right route.
Okay.
And again, it's the chief of police, so, nothing really happened. So my question is that justified or is it not?
Very justified. I would have done it too.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, first of all, am I coming in better now?
Yeah, you're.
yeah,
I can hear you clear now.
Yeah.
All right, Joker, just real quick, I want to clarify because it sounds like you're talking about a story that I remember. I don't recall the story that you're talking about if it's 1-to-1, but I remember a little while back there was a judge who was doing
Good
that.
question,
and the
JB.
chief of police went in there
yeah.
and.
No,
Huh?
no. It wasn't
If you
the
have
chief.
anything,
No,
I'd
go ahead.
appreciate
Keep
it.
going.
I'd appreciate it.
I want to. Yeah, the story I remember was it was like the sheriff, like the judge was essaying the sheriff's daughter, and the sheriff went in there and 86'd him.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that.
No, that's not the same one.
Oh, okay.
I can actually. It's in Arkansas.
Hey, good
that,
to see you, System
and I
Crash.
have the
Appreciate
link
the engagement,
here
buddy.
of
Good to
the
see you.
video. But yeah, basically, there's new details. That's why I bring it up. Where I think he might be getting out of prison, but yeah, basically the father finds. Yeah, it says finds with police chief and daughter.
But
he's on trial.
all right, so
for 86.
that kind of opens up a little bit of a different can of worms because I don't see that as vigilante justice. I see that as like a like
I only
more
say that because
self-defense or a defense of their
technicality
daughter.
Vigilante. I only say that
is
because
very,
it is
very,
technically-
very, very justified. I would have done the exact same thing.
Can I bring up an example that only ended up with the person doing the vigilante?
Yeah,
was
that
the
helps a
only one that
lot,
ended up
guys.
dying from it,
A lot
the
more than you might think.
K-dozer.
That
We all read about
notifications
that,
and,
right?
and
Or learned about
liking,
that,
subscribing,
where the
please,
guy
please.
welded steel plates to his bulldozer.
Yeah, because the whole town.
Oh,
He
I
didn't hurt a single
remember
person
that.
except himself,
Yeah, killdozer.
but he left a message.
Yeah, he
Loki?
he did everything he could
I
not
don't
to
know.
actually cause any harm other than, I mean, he even scraped somebody's business and immediately turned away as fast as he could. He was doing everything he could to make sure he didn't cause any harm to anybody but the people that was causing him harm, right?
I genuinely think that was justified too. I mean, it wasn't right, but
Sure.
I'd justify it. He shouldn't have done it.
Well, there's a lot of people that would agree with you. There's a lot of people that were on his side. A lot of people, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that weren't, of course, but yeah, if you
Mainly politicians and people that don't want to have to watch their back.
yeah. Right. Go ahead, Smedley.
I think there'll be a rise of vigilantism in the country because of the lack of faith in our judicial system. I mean, look what the judges are doing. Then through our politicians with the uptick of their belief in like the depravity of the, we'll say, woke movement and the trans and all that stuff, where people are just absolutely looking at our
Can understand that, Dave.
Our judicial, our school systems, almost every system we have in play right now, because of what went on for the last, say, 15 or 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. B. Thank you, more celery. Appreciate you.
And then it basically peaked during the Biden administration, right?
Right.
And it's, I believe that there's going to be a lot of ramifications and blowback because this is allowed to go on, and that it's going to be people, especially I would say men. This one guy from Texas, where his wife was a doctor in California, who transitioned their son, and he couldn't do anything to stop her. Because he was living in Texas, and in California, I guess they were in support of basically castrating their son and, giving him the medications to suppress his, hormones and all that stuff, right? And what's the blowback from this? Like, do you really think that people are going to just, at one point or another, people are going to start fighting back? And that is what the scary thing is, right?
Right.
Well,
right.
to take it back to Marv Heemeyer, he was quoted as saying, "I was always willing to do reasonable or to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things."
Yep. Well,
and like with the Killdozer guy, right?
Yep.
Same thing. Like
that was him,
that's what we're talking about.
wasn't
Yep. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what we're talking
right. And the entire system failed him, and he was cornered. He was destroyed financially, mentally, emotionally, right?
Yeah. Yep. Werewolf in the chat. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. Good to see you. It says the far right is growing, and that's what should scare people. The far right. That's an interesting take.
But so going back to what Smedley Butler was saying a moment ago,
Sure. Sorry.
I think
Wait. Tell him to define far right.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Go ahead, Bandit. We'll get to that in just a second.
I think as bad as things are right now, we're actually pretty lucky that Obama got in when he did, and because I think, in my opinion, we were slowly moving towards this, and I think that the powers that be thought that they had just enough power that they could push it over the line, and they would solidify their power forever moving forward.
Yeah, Static Age. I'm not sure what to think.
Made a miscalculation, and what happened was everyone eventually revolted on it, and that's how we got Trump. And so, but with all the things associated with Trump, we've seen
you talking about the far right,
come
Dave?
out that we would not have seen if it had just been the Bushes and the McCains and the Romneys and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
If it had been milquetoast, middle of the road, just slowly inching us towards the cliff over and over again.
Sure. Anybody else on that? Okay.
It's a slippery slope, isn't it? Sometimes it's justified, but the accident or consequences that come afterwards usually aren't justified.
Fair. Anything else on that subject? We can move off to the far right now if we want. Okay. So in the chat, he says Patriot Front is gaining numbers. Can anybody shed some light for me on that one? I'm not sure what Patriot Front is. I'm assuming a far right group.
They're feds. It's feds cosplaying as little mustache men, so that they can show up on the front page of the New York Times in the CNN and say that conservatives are bad. See what they're leading up to.
Interesting.
Well, it's interesting because they say they're far right, which would mean the ultimate of conservatism with ultimate authoritarianism, right? And I just don't see any group in the U.S. actually wanting a fully authoritarian conservative government. Maybe they want bits of both, but not a full-on far-right government.
So that's what the far right is they're authoritarianisms, basically?
It depends who you ask. So I usually go back to when the French Revolution came about and you had the left aisle and the right aisle. The left aisle usually was much more closer towards anarchy, and the right side was much more towards authoritarianism. But now you have authoritarianism on both extremes, and anarchy tends to sit on the left, and then on the right you just have more social conservatism and then authoritarian.
Okay. Mr. B says the Patriot Front is a far-right Christian nationalist group started by a Fed organization. So, like ex-Feds, or like this was a federal operation? Does anybody on the panel know? or Mr. B?
It's nothing official right now because,
Gotcha.
in my opinion, it is a Fed operation, and so they're not going to put that out there because then it gives the game away.
True, but you say it's a Fed operation as well, so it sounds like it's a possibility of a black ops kind of thing. Here I am talking about it on fucking stream. They're like, "Shut the fuck up, Tater." Sorry. Anyway. Oh shit. Yeah, I had no idea that there was an actual far right until Real Rain was the one who basically brought my attention to it, because he was the resident groiper, as he self-named himself. It's not like I'm calling him something he doesn't want to be called, I guess. But long story short, I didn't realize that there was a far right. So what is the right? I thought they were conservatives. So what are we conserving these days? Does anybody have any idea really on that one? What do we claim to be conserving?
Actually, and I don't think it's extreme Christian conservatives, but I think they're farther on the right than groypers. I think groypers are much more closer to the center, because who else would say vote for a Democrat to publish your own side other than someone that's more in the center and neutral on the parties?
Gotcha. Don't call it art. Sorry, repeat that last part, Heaven Max. Sorry.
Oh, it's just, how can you say that you're far right and then tell people to vote Democrat? I feel like that puts you more in the center with maybe right-leaning ideologies, but you can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, he did.
Go ahead. Sorry, Bandy.
He does that. I'm sorry. Just real quick, he does that more for outrage and to get eyes on him. He doesn't agree with anything that Democrats does. He's just having a hissy fit.
That's what I'm afraid of, Static Age.
Doesn't like what Donald Trump has done recently.
I mean, me, Tater, and
thanks for the clarification. Don't call
into it one day, didn't we? Because we were calling him childish.
Yeah, I think I might have been on that panel. Because
Static Age in the chat says Nick Fuentes is gay.
Yes, he is.
Of course, I can't highlight that one like I want to. I'm sorry, I have to agree with that one. And I think, isn't he like outspoken about it or something like that? I won't say anything about that.
No, he claims, and I say claims because I don't know what's in his heart, but he says he's a Catholic Christian, and so he's not the Destiny like Coomer Gremlin, but there's been like people on the internet that claim to have evidence that he's done some degenerate acts.
Okay, fair enough. I could have sworn I heard. I will always tell you when I'm wrong if I can be proved wrong, and I'll admit that I'm good possibility I was wrong on that, because I'm pretty sure I've heard him say something about being religious. But anyway, moving off of that, I don't throw shade. I'm not like that, but I do all the time apparently. Anyway.
And I'm just saying that to be unbiased in it. Like, I'm not defending him at all.
Thank you, Dave.
I actually disagree with most conservatives that I bump into these days, because I come from, I believe that everything derives from your morality, especially on the political side. Obviously, there's nuance, like should the speed limit be 55 to 60? I don't think that's really a moral quandary, but the major things overhanging everything. And like when I talk to people about what's going on and geopolitical aspects, and then on this side of everything, I don't see a lot of them aligning with the same, forefront beliefs that I'm trying to conserve. So there's so many branches of conservatism. It's hard to say what one really is.
Fair. Anybody else on that? Because let's see. Static Age in the chat says conserving classical Enlightenment liberalism is basically what I'm seeing being conserved anymore. It's not what should be being conserved, which is what used to work. But even the conservatives aren't holding to that.
True.
So, Smedley, were you going to say something? I saw a green light.
Well, I think what's happening is that we're being atomized. And there is no general like common vision for the country, no consensus within the
I am
certain
failing
strata
today,
of the
guys.
population. A good example is right with the recent busting of the Southern Poverty Law Center, right? So they're basically a group designed to stop, fascism and whatever, right? And at the very same time, they're supporting the very groups that they're there to prevent from taking root or having any, impact on the greater society. But I don't think they're alone in this. I think there are many groups that are doing this, and that's why I think conservatism in this country has been kind of like just atomized to the point where it's not even recognizable anymore. And left and right, that paradigm, man, I mean, that's been gone for decades, man, decades ago. Because nothing gets done in DC without the other side approving it, right? So whether it's left or right, doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on.
Right.
Nothing gets done unless there's bipartisanship, right?
Right. As far as the government itself goes, left wing, right wing, it's the same bird, right? But now we're talking about individual groups, essentially, right? Because the far right is a group. We're not talking about a political movement because there's no third party. There's no fourth party that you can vote for. It's not like you can vote for someone who's far right or far, right or left or far left, but there's just left and right. So now we're talking about individual corporations or individual groups of people, right? So now we're getting into the possibility of them again going back to the militia concept, right? What designates a legitimate legal militia according to the Second Amendment? Because we have many of these groups of people out there that are trying to overthrow what they think of thoroughly and wholeheartedly a tyrannical government, which it's not. There's nothing that indicates that as of right now.
Well, no, the government's definitely tyrannical. They're micromanaging.
Well,
right?
of course, but nothing that's outcrying to the point where we can legally, get away with a militia. That's what I'm saying is we've got these militia groups that are acting as if they're a militia, saying they're a militia, but they're not doing it legally. So what designates a legal, lawful ability to be a militia?
Well, to quote George Mason, one of the founding fathers, I asked her, what is the militia? It is the whole people
Abe.
except a few public officials.
Yeah.
So there, according to how it was, from the framers, there is no legal. Yeah, I can see there being a legal distinction between a militia and a L mob.
Appreciate you, mods.
Lynch. I'm trying to avoid using those terms.
No, I understand. We're into some concerning area. I'm not sure exactly what is and what isn't against TOS, unfortunately. Like I said, a lot of it has to do with context. So we want to be careful of using it wrong. You can talk about certain things, but as long as you're using it lightheartedly and things like that. So,
yeah.
But anyway, anything else on that? So go ahead. Sorry, Joker.
The only thing I know about militias is they're government appointed group.
No.
In times of need, I think.
Not necessarily. It's just a group of people that get together to defend.
No, I'm saying to be a legal
I understand what you mean, but
militia.
that's what I mean.
That's
is we've got these fringe groups that are
the lawful government
giving them some bad name.
Well, the problem is most of the examples that you would use for that go way back in history, and yes, there would be some cases where a militia was formed up to aid as to call up, you would have an army in an area. and
According
you
to the
needed
Constitution, it's not,
more
Dave. What are you
men,
talking
so You
about?
would call up the local militia, but with that, the local militia was already a thing. It
Appreciate
was
you, Homestead.
just a group of people that it was kind of like the before you had fire departments, you had the local fire brigade where the local citizens organized themselves to say, "Hey,
Volunteer.
volunteer." There,
I get what you're saying,
but I mean,
But-
so far as the modern legal definition, what would legally authorize as a militia, we would need some new court cases to define that, because you're going way back in history to define any definition.
Well, I mean, they had militias during the Civil War, right? And then the Spanish-American War. We didn't have a standing army in the United States until what? World War I, right? Like,
Fair,
even
JB,
then,
fair.
they were hard pressed to get people to volunteer
It's
into
fair,
the
Abe.
military to go fight in Europe. In fact, I was having this discussion the other night with Joker, and I was talking about this guy named James, Cagney. And he was like this Hollywood singer and movie actor and all this stuff. And he came up with that song and made it very popular. The Yanks are coming, the Yanks are coming, And we literally had to con our people to form an army to go over and fight in World War I, because we didn't want any part of it. And the same thing with World War II, right? We had to get involved somehow or another. So, Pearl Harbor had to happen, right? Because America at that time was isolationist, man. They didn't want nothing to do with it because of what happened in the First World War, So that's when, militias started to kind of wane, and the buildup of a regular fighting force, supposedly,
Leia. Appreciate you.
was created in order to have a standing army ready and the equipment needed because of the lack thereof in the First World War. And then, of course, going into
JB,
the Second
exactly.
World War, we had to retool like Detroit and all of the auto manufacturers across the country to make Jeeps and tanks and whatever we need for our men over in Europe again, So
Right. Yeah. So, but again, like Dave says in the chat that a militia by definition is illegal, but according to the Constitution, a well-regulated militia is necessary for a free state. So I'm confused on where that might be defined as illegal. Does anybody have any insight on that? Fair
need
enough.
a constitutional lawyer.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. B, for dropping those in the chat. If you don't know, Abe has his own show. Leia has her own show. They're in the chat. So if you'd like to go sub to them, please do so. As well as when I started, I believe the Crucible went live with a debate. So I don't know if that's still going. I've been meaning to give the shout out to that channel, as well as Rattlesnake TV. They were live as well. So if you guys are here and not there, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. I'm trying to give good content, so that means I'm doing something right, I guess. Next point of so with my Sunday streams, I think I'm going to change it a little bit, and since we have a decent amount of people in the chat, hopefully this is the people that I should be saying this to. Long story short, I'm going to be trying to start a little earlier going forward. My plan is to start opening up a panel after my streams so that people can discuss the topic that I discussed on stream. Now, there will be some regulations on that depending upon what the topic is on stream. Depending upon what I want to do there. But long story short, I'm going to be starting earlier. I don't know when yet. Maybe just an hour or two, and then open up the panel for a couple of hours afterwards. So, and then if you guys like what you're seeing, please like, subscribe, share, ring the notification bell. It helps out a great deal. Leave comments, do all the good jazz. And then if you have any kind of change in your pocket, of course, any contribution is going to be greatly appreciated. I haven't seen them in the chat, but I wanted to give the shout out to the people that I have seen give donos over the time that I was not online. Kyle, of course, as always, probably my number one promoter, supporter, donator. Kyle, you're awesome. You're a real one. And then Vosh, you also submitted a dono. If you ever see this, buddy, appreciate you guys so freaking much. With that note, Leia, appreciate you joining the panel. How are you?
Doing good. How are y'all?
Good to see you. You have any thoughts before we get going on to another topic or something like that?
Not really. I stepped away from my phone for like 3 minutes, so I kind of got lost, not gonna lie. So I'll just catch up as y'all are ripping.
Okay, no worries. Anybody else have anything on the topics that we've covered so far?
Not on the topic specifically, but just real quick, the gentleman that Smedley Butler referenced, James Cagney. If you don't recognize that name, you do know his caricature. He was heavily caricaturized in Looney Tunes as a "meow, see, meow, you dirty rat." Like he was the stereotypical gangster in all the Looney Tunes.
Oh, you're thinking of Edward G. Robinson. Edward G. Robinson's you're thinking about. Well, maybe both of them.
There was one where they had both of them in there.
Okay.
It was definitely not Bugs.
No.
Appreciate you, Chaos Theory.
Looney Tunes was so peak.
Yeah, Looney Tunes was huge back in the day. Still pretty big, I think.
I mean, it's way before me, but I watched it, that's for sure.
Fair.
Well, ODJ, did you ever watch The Jetsons?
No.
Oh, because the only thing we got futuristic out of that was a woman taking the money out of our wallets. Am I right, fellas?
Yeah. 100%.
Where is it? There it is.
Because you said you were ready, and now you want to have a drink, and that makes me crazy. Here you go.
That's funny.
Oh, sorry.
So Static Age in the chat says that was that's Edward G. Who you were talking about.
I'll put a picture in the chat. Hold on.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? No. Okay.
No, I completely feel what Leia was saying though just a second ago with her hot micing, because literally 5 minutes before I came on here, I was telling my kids, "Y'all are driving me crazy." So I guess it's just a consistent thing.
It's all right. It happens.
They're great at that. We're preparing for bed, and then it's right before brush teeth. Can I have some milk? She needs some milk.
Yeah, make sure you heat that up before you give it to them, though, so it really puts them to sleep, right?
So until you want, they gonna keep playing with me. They're gonna get dinner.
That's funny. All right. So, anything else on that subject? We can move off to another subject. We're pretty close to the end of the prompts, but we can move on to the last prompt. It looks like, or maybe the second to last prompt. Okay. So, if leftists are supposed to be more about advanced biology and science, why is it that conservatives are generally healthier than their Democratic counterparts? And then, is the Democratic lifestyle itself literally poisonous? So we'll start with the first half. Are conservatives generally healthier than their Democratic counterparts?
Yes, we aren't morbidly obese usually.
Okay. Anybody else on that?
So I don't actually agree with the foundation of the prompt itself. I would not say that the left inherently is more science-based. I mean, when you tell them or ask them a question like, when does life begin? You'll get 50 different answers. You ask someone on the right and they say conception. So I feel like that's inherently the opposite.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. So, but the prompt is indicating what the left believe. Right. So they
Yes.
constantly scream in our face, you don't believe in science because the science tells us that the men can be women and the women can be men. But in reality, real science says the opposite. Right. But they are so convinced that they're following the science. That's basically what the prompt is getting at.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't tell them to look up, the ingredients or whatever's going on with vaccines, or hey, why is this one even black box for adults, but yet they want to give it to your newborn right out of the womb, and it's like,
they'll ignore it
because you do it. Yeah,
they'll ignore it. I'm not sure, Dave. Sorry, I'm talking to chat real quick. I'm not sure, Dave, if your chats are not showing up. I've been having some weird stuff going on with the chat, I think, tonight. I think I might have mentioned at the first of the stream. I couldn't even get onto the chat for the first little while. So I'm not sure what's going on with the chat tonight because weird shit's going on. Anyway, sorry.
YouTube has been bugging out. I always recommend look for an update. Sometimes I'll have to update my YouTube 2 or 3 times a week. Like that's my newest review was literally, can we not do this 2 or 3 times a week? Like all in caps. Because I was really annoyed.
Seriously,
yeah, that's Heaven. Sorry, I know it's crazy. No, you're good. Heaven, that was actually exactly where my mind went. My mind immediately went to like, but what about the jabs, the smortion issue, and the transmission issue? You know, quote unquote, the transmissions. That was exactly where my mind went.
Right.
I mean, you can go one step even more with the tinfoil hat theory. I won't get into it here, but even evolution, right? At some point, there's a presupposition that they're believing in to make everything else work. And it goes, oh, well, you're basing your stuff as much on faith as I am.
Well, my take on the science part of things is that science is so selective, too. It's like,
oh, is that what you're referring to with the militia, Dave?
Throw money at some scientists who really need their research done, and they'll say really whatever you need.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Yeah, which the left recognizes if it's our
most
studies,
people
right?
don't know. Well, it's both sides do it. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
All people who are always striving for power are always going to manipulate, for the most part. Let's like they'll sprinkle in some truths in there. They'll do some good things.
Yeah,
but that's
I just mean like everyday people, like not even those in power. Like when I talk to people on the left versus the right, there seems to at least be an admittance or understanding of that fact, like that both sides do skew things in their favor, even if not intentionally, like you were talking about with studies, with research, even if it's with something as simple as grant money as the incentive, right? Like these are ways that we skew things.
YouTube being YouTube.
At least people on the right seem to be cognizant.
Yeah, and I'm taking the words from the scientists. They're the ones telling us, that's how we get funded, dude. Like, we do research on something else that they want research on, and then we get funded for the stuff we actually want to, and it's like, oh.
Right.
That's
I completely agree.
And then you got to look at how the science is, air quote, considered science. Like, what's the testing? Yeah, like what's the testing methods were used? 1 out of 100 people.
Yes.
Or had a better outcome, so it's 100% effective. Like what?
I see a lot of people asking for like
numbers to make viability claims.
Oh,
and I only know that because I got family in the pharmaceutical. They were advertising for it. They did the commercials and made sure all that really fast fine print was said really quick. Yeah, they were in charge of doing all that. So it's like, there's some insider trading right there.
I mean, and the way information even gets to us is it's so biased because, like, when you hear, oh, well, when polls look at this, polls say this, polls tell you this, and it's like you find out that 80% of the polls are redone by the same people because once you take one, they send you the next one.
Right, and it's polls that they want to give you. It's like, well, where's the independent people who
exactly, Dave,
aren't just being brought to us, that are just saying, hey, we're not in the media. Hey, we did the actual science independently.
Right.
You never see that.
Leia can probably talk more about this than me, but on the Smortion side, there was a poll that went around, and people have been trying to use it as evidence where it's like, oh, when you look at Gen Z and millennials, et cetera, 80% of them prefer Smortion rights over none. But when you look at the actual data, it's like they actually only prefer up to 8 weeks, right? So the argument's not even what they're trying to make, where it's like, oh, it's all either all or nothing, you know? And it's like, really, they're actually a lot closer to our side than their side.
Right.
Oh yeah, they skew the numbers hugely, and then they also what they like to do is they like to ignore. It's basically on the quote unquote left or those that are pro-abort. They only take people. They only follow, say, 100 people. Some of the studies you're probably referring to are literally 100 people. To I think one of them was 400 people that they followed for like 6 to 8 weeks to determine regret, quote unquote. And I'm like, how much regret can you follow for 6 to 8 weeks? Out of 100, you know, the methodology is always crazy. Sorry, go ahead, Tater.
You're good. Welcome in, ABG. I appreciate you joining the panel.
Hello.
How are you?
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
Just a quick disclaimer. I only have 20 minutes until I have to wash my hair color out of my hair. So if I'm on mute for an extended point after that, just bear with me. Yeah, I do my own hair like a commoner. So
like a commoner.
You go, girl.
That's good. That's good.
I am a commoner.
That's fair. I also want to just give another shout out to you for covering my my stream the other day. I don't know if you saw me giving you praise in the chat.
I did.
I appreciate you a lot for that. More than I can ever say. So welcome in onto the panel.
From it?
What's that?
So did you get some subs from it? I hope so.
Yeah, I did. I got at least a couple. So yeah, again, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you doing that. Would never have expected
Your talks
it.
are amazing. Everybody,
Awesome.
if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. This man does some amazing talks. And I hear that I overheard that you're planning on converting your Sunday format to a bit kind of like my own, where I like cover a bit of content and then I also open up the panel.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's awesome.
I like that. I think you're the one who I saw it on, and then I've been hearing people kind of give praise to the way that I did that on that Sunday. So I'll start going a little earlier so that I can open up the panel. So anybody's welcome to join those as well. Yeah, it sounds like
I've had some great success with that. So
nice.
People are very disappointed actually if I don't open up the panel. I think they would be like, "What the heck is going on, lady?"
It's fair. Right on. Well, I'm excited about it. So
yeah, it feels weird being on a panel with you without sunglasses on.
Right.
Well, you can always put them on. I brought a topic actually.
Oh, right on.
I don't know if we'll get to it before I have to take my little break here for the shower, but I did bring a topic.
Well, sure. Okay, what do you got?
We can finish the topics first, and just to like let you know, the topic is I was actually doing an X Space earlier where Ryan Mullally was on. I don't know if you know him.
I do. Yeah, I just covered him. Yep, that was the first time I knew about him. Anyway, go ahead.
Amazing civil litigator. He also has done some shows with Andrew and Rob, and I was in his X Space with him earlier about the Chud the Builder case.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you want to talk about that after your topic, of course. I'm not going to derail the show.
Well, I appreciate you not wanting to derail the show. With only 20 minutes, we'll see what we can get to. I'll put it up to the panel
afterwards.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back afterwards. I just need to have a shower. I'm not sure how long that's going to take.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I usually typically I only go for another 10 minutes. Well, no, I shouldn't say typically. I say this every stream, and then I go for another hour. So I guess it's a 3-hour stream on Thursdays. I do need to get up in the morning, so it should probably stick to 3 hours, but I would love to have you back after the shower if you can make it. So we can wait, I guess. But I do want to get
your show.
I know.
Always waiting on a woman.
You're right. I always appreciate people saying that, but I also, again, I've got 2 more topics. I didn't really expect them to go very long, so I appreciate any new topics that I can get. So I want to promote that. But hold on to it for sure. Anybody have any thoughts on the advanced biology and science and all that with the left and right?
I
ABG, do you have? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a couple hormones, right, that we know are linked to weight gain.
Okay.
One of them, interestingly enough, is cortisol. Cortisol is referred to commonly as the stress hormone. This is not medical advice. I am not a doctor. But effectively, I
Okay.
would assume it's very stressful, right?
Well, Werewolf, if you
Going
want to join, we can
online
readdress it.
posting,
That's all right.
be
We
a
can
keyboard
readdress it.
warrior and hating on every single, Trump X post.
Have a
And,
good night. Don't call
and
it. I
going
appreciate you
into,
so much, man.
these mega
Take care,
YouTube
brother.
streams and watching, a Fox News clip that they post on CNN and just raging over that all day and telling all your libtard friends about it. And then they rage and you have a big rage fest. That must really spike
The cortisol.
the cortisol hormone.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a
I
good
can
point.
imagine.
It's a good point. Yeah. Never really thought about it like that, but yeah, that's a good point. Besides the fact that they're just all, free love, whatever goes, they don't care what they're eating. They don't really care what they're putting into their body. So, whether it's the cortisol, whether it's whatever, right? They're the ones that are getting behind the 3D printed meat and the genetically modified organisms and the things that are progressive when it comes to what we put into our bodies, right? Where the
100%.
conservatives are more,
But we know that
Go ahead.
we know that really equates to very little, right? There's a variety of factors that influence. Number one, so
Yeah,
there's a
Werewolf,
hunger hormone.
yeah, you're
right,
welcome.
Called ghrelin. I think it's called ghrelin. And there's a hormone in reverse. And certain people are genetically predisposed to just pack on weight. In fact, with our ancestors, back when things were not as convenient, that was something that actually held to longevity. Because if you can retain fat storages, right, you don't need to utilize that. Everybody knows idrenotepazone triphosphate or something like that.
No,
ATP
not
is the
everybody
common-
knows that. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm just-
I
I'm
took a
sorry.
metabolic.
I'm sorry. I was an asshole.
Oh, I totally know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
That was a joke. I took a
Sorry.
metabolic science course in my undergrad years as an elective. And so, most people refer to it as ATP. ATP is basically direct energy you can access typically in the forms of carbohydrates and sugars.
Gotcha. Okay.
When we don't have that, our body deviates to fat stores. And when we don't have that, it deviates to muscle stores
Right.
and organ tissues, which is especially detrimental. That's how people get unalived, right?
Right.
From food-related issues. And so typically that's a characteristic that is valued. So most people historically come from lineage that supports the retention of fat. Now, when you combine that, right, with inactive lifestyles, right, sedentary lifestyles, I imagine as a keyboard warrior, you spend a lot of time, on the internet. It's a whole thing like the streamer 15, right?
Right. Yeah.
Currently fighting against that. Actually, I'm trying to go in reverse.
Fair.
But it is a thing. If you're more inactive, if you're more fixated, if your stress levels are high, if your cortisol levels are high, this is just a recipe for a fupa, right?
Yep.
It's not a good mix. And the other thing I think too is this: conservatives are very honest.
Right.
So if I go to my conservative friends and I say, "Hey, do I look out of shape?" Right? They're not gonna be like, "Oh my God, girl, no, slay queen, slay, you look great." Right? They're gonna
Right.
be like, you have a couple extra pounds lately. Might want to trim that off, by the way. Right? We're generally more straightforward. Lefties are all about body positivity and stuff like that, and it becomes ingrained in culture too. So I think it's really a combination of factors. Can I pin it on one factor? Absolutely not. But one thing I can say for sure is this: other than they're having sex like bunnies, right? In all kinds of positions and in all kinds of degenerate ways, what kind of activity is really a lefty based thing?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So again, they're the ones that are willing to be progressive with everything, which means they're progressive with their food and their vaccinations and the whatever the media tells them they get behind, apparently, right? This is not me throwing shade, right? I'm honestly trying to help these people learn that that's not logical. But again, I'm all for certain medical procedures, but not everything, right? What was that, ABG? Sorry.
said good luck with that.
Yeah.
I don't think that being online, I'm going to particularly sway my leftist opponents' views. I think I might influence their audience if
Right.
they tend to be a bit more centrist,
Right.
or
Well, that's
maybe
fair. That's fair.
reasonable.
They'll obviously probably have to be centrist to be able to be swayed, but that's who I'm talking about, right? Those far left centrists that are just on the fringe that won't listen to anybody except for the potato because he's stupid and they identify with it, right? That's why I labeled myself the potato. That's why I'm trying to gear toward the everyman. Right, I'm trying to help those.
Because you like potatoes.
What's that?
I thought it was just because you like potatoes.
Oh well, and that too. Yeah, multiple. So I'm like an onion potato. I have many layers. But yeah, that's part of it. I love potatoes. Everybody loves potatoes, but it's also like the couch potato, right? The everyday man, and so that's kind of what I was gearing toward. And then it just kind of became a persona rather than like I'm just an everyday man. I'm just a couch potato. And once it became a persona, it just became more funny, more enjoyable. And so I just ran with it. Now I'm just a potato. Welcome in, Werewolf.
It's a tater.
What was that, AVG? Sorry.
Oh no, I said taters. Just taters.
Just taters. That's right. Welcome in, Werewolf. How are you?
I will say.
Hold on, sorry.
I'm doing
good. Good. Good to have you. I just want to make sure your mic works and everything like that. And then Heaven Max, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's my bad. I think there's
You're
a
all
delay going on my end.
I'm sure there is,
So I've
yeah.
probably done that like every night. Yeah.
So-
But I will say that when I talk to people in the general public spaces, I do see more issues with the left. But when you get more into the individual groups, maybe they're online, maybe they're in person. But when you start talking to those people, you see a lot of that same behavior. And on the right side of things, it's more age-based. Whereas on the left side of things, it's just like, how much did you drink the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead. Welcome in, Common Circles.
I was gonna
Appreciate
say
the
the
engagement.
left is very active.
Must
I
be
mean,
AVG's friend.
They're good
or-
at rioting,
Thank you very
breaking
much
into
for being here.
stores, burning cities down. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. They're very active.
It's fair.
No. I thought it was funny.
It was. I don't know why anybody else didn't laugh. Laugh. Jeez, come on. I'm just kidding. More celery.
I got push to talk going. My bad.
Oh, fair. More celery in the chat says, I lose respect for people who don't tell me the truth to my face. I don't worry you lie. I don't want you to lie and say slay. I want honesty. LMAO. Don't tell me and then I'll run a mile. Tell me I'm thin and I'll eat. Right? We need to start telling people what's real again, and so that they can be healthy. Right? This idea that they can be morbidly obese and unalive sooner just because they want to. I mean, I guess that's their choice if they want to, but do they really want to? Right? Anyway.
To me, it kind of goes back to this whole dichotomy with the Christian kindness versus niceness, right? A lot of people, frequently leftists that don't even believe in God, will come online and they'll say, "Oh no, you're supposed to be nice. You're a Christian, right?
Yo.
Did Jesus love whores? And did Jesus love, the drunkards? Did Jesus love criminals?" And it's like, okay, so the Bible, from what I've been told by my priest, right, teaches about kindness. Being kind to someone doesn't always mean you look great when they're morbidly obese. Being kind to someone doesn't always mean you're completely fine when you decide to leave your spouse because of irreconcilable differences. Being kind is a completely separate terminology from niceness.
Exactly. Welcome in, Wi-Fi. Appreciate the engagement, buddy.
Argue if you're lying to a friend, quote unquote, you're not being kind. I mean, it's like like Tater was saying, more celery was saying in chat, right? I feel like for me, I would rather someone be honest with me for the simple fact that if you lie to me and I find out you lied to me, or I even know you lied to me, if same question, if I'm like, hey, do you think I'm in
Welcome in,
perfect
buddy.
shape? And somebody's like, yeah, girl, you're a 10, spitting image of perfection. I'm like, no, I know you're full of crap. Like, I know
Right.
better than this, right? And so now you have not only betrayed me with the lie, but you have betrayed me by lying to me. Like, the act of dishonesty itself, in my opinion, is in and of itself a betrayal. So now you've betrayed me twice when you could have. Maybe it would hurt my feelings for a second if you, maybe not in that particular example. I mean, I'm not disillusioned, but if I did ask something that would hurt my feelings, somebody was honest, it might hurt for a second, but I will forever respect them for the honesty, at least.
Fair.
Do you make kind of a list, like a mental list? Like I call it, I always say like I'm banking that one when somebody's dishonest in that capacity and they're like supposed to be your friend. And like, I'm just like, okay, I can't trust this bitch. Like, or this person's on the shit list for at least 2 more weeks.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I call it like going in the vault. I'm like, oh, that one's going in the vault. 1,000%. It doesn't mean we have to fight about it, but yeah, it's going to be in the memory for sure. And it's mostly women, I have noticed as well. Like, I hate to be, a chauvinist or whatever, but it's mostly women. I'm like, come on. Like, I get that we want to be part of the girls club and we want to be like a girl's girl and build each other up. But like, since when did that become having to lie to each other to make each other feel good? Like, do we think we're all just that sensitive?
Right.
Screw the sisterhood.
Right.
Yeah.
May I give a little bit of pushback on? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good, Werewolf. I was just about to actually give you the floor. So go ahead, buddy.
I was just gonna say, like, with men, because you guys were mentioning the women aspect of it, because I do Muay Thai, and with Muay Thai, there will be some people that, like, when I give the honest feedback that you're getting better, their ego gets inflated. So sometimes, like, to keep the noobs in check, I kind of do have to lie to them.
Fair. Good to see you. Appreciate you, buddy. All right.
I feel like that goes to it, though.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, like, the differences between men and women, like, the kinds of things y'all lie about, it's, like, back to the culture of quote-unquote teasing, right? It's, like, for men, usually, they're not going to be the ones lying about each other's looks, right? In fact, they usually, like, tease each other, kind of mock each other, play around about it, or even very seriously, tease each other. Goodness, I'm so sorry. Whereas women will lie about things like that. Men will tend to be more quote-unquote dishonest about things that actually matter. Or I guess you could say looks do matter to women, so I guess it's just the things that matter to them.
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying, because men will lie to each other about skill level more than looks level.
It's fair.
Right.
Yeah, we like women, we tend to like focus on superficial things, like sorry, not sorry. Yeah. We're very fixated on like perceptions and attitudes and stuff, like most of us anyway. Obviously there's exceptions to the rule, but yeah, unless I am like actually conflicted in terms of like a legal issue, or if it's something I genuinely can't speak about, expect me to speak my mind. Like how I am online is how I am in person, and I don't have a lot of female friends. In fact, I have like maybe one female friend IRL that will actually like speak to me. It's very difficult because a lot of women expect you as another woman to be this kind of like people pleaser, and that's just not me. I'm just very like open and honest, and it's very unpopular to hear it, I guess, as another woman. I don't know.
Right.
Leah gets me.
I do. Oh, sorry.
No, I just said Leah gets me. That was my closing.
That was my closing. Go ahead, Heaven Max. I think you were the next one.
Sorry, I do get you. I was sorry, I was kind of forgetting. I was actually thinking in the first part of when you were saying that, I was like, I so understand you, girl, because same.
Yeah.
And we've talked behind the scenes, and I get it because we're very blunt, and a lot of people I feel like can take that as like, oh, she's a bitch, but I'm not like trying to be. It's just like I could, type. I'm already verbose for 30 minutes to try to explain what I'm really trying to say, or I could just say, this is what I mean. And with certain women, I know that they're not going to be like, oh my God. But a lot of women are like, oh my gosh.
Right.
Right. We better stop the woman prattle and fraternizing, or they're gonna kick us off the stream, Leah. We're gonna
Yeah.
I know we're fired.
No woman prattle on my stream. What are you thinking?
is a direct violation of the terms of service. So, sorry,
Right.
go ahead, gentlemen.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, was there anything else on that subject? Getting back onto the prompt, if we were off the prompt,
Yeah, I did have something on the left versus male side of things,
'Kay.
though, that AVG was pointing out, and I think it's really interesting. But if there's a group of guys and they're all single, and then one gets married, the rest tend to follow suit and get married. But let's say you have a single woman and all of her friends are married, it takes a majority of them before they change and actually follow suit. So, like, if you've got one married woman and the rest are all divorced, guess what? Chances
Thanks for
are
dropping that,
you're
Dave.
going to end up with a divorce. It's a really weird phenomenon.
Fair.
I think it's like men naturally are more competitive than women. In fact, competition in women in like a more serious sense, right? In terms of career.
If I can help more
love,
celery, let me
aspirations,
know.
Marriage.
It's what I do for a living.
That's kind of rare. From what I've seen, we typically compete over frivolous things like who has the best handbag and like, you know, who has the hottest husband and stuff. It's not like legit things. And so I think
Hey, Farmer Cat, good
men
to
are
see
very
ya.
self-improvement focused. Like anytime I
Come
talk to my dad
prattle.
weekly,
It's all right. Just not
about
girl
stuff,
prattle.
and
You can
if I
prattle
ever
about
talked
everything
to him
else.
and said like, you know, give me a hint, he's not the kind of guy that I call for that. He's always like, here's some advice. You have a problem? Here's some advice. And so I think men generally are problem solvers and improvement dudes, right? You guys don't want to focus on these like menial things. You want to improve your life in a more meaningful sense. And so I believe that when Heaven Max says, yeah, men will want to get married if their friends do because they see the benefits in a more meaningful sense and they view that as something that's aspirational.
And you know, to piggyback off that page or AVG, right?
I understand that, common circles. I understand.
I think men are so forward thinking in the terms of self progression that we don't even care what's behind us sometimes.
Fair. Also, it is my shower time. I will be muting myself. Do not find me offensive or rude for doing so. I will be back.
Yeah, you're good. All right. So, was there anything else on that subject, or do we want to move on to the next half of that prompt?
Oh, that's only half the prompt. That's right.
Yeah. That was just
All
the
I'll
first
say
half.
is crabs in a bucket.
Crabs in a bucket.
Yeah, females with their friends seem to be like crabs in a bucket.
Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, I get what you
That's
mean.
fair.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who did we lose? Oh, Joker. Okay, fair enough. If you're watching Joker, I appreciate you joining the panel. Hopefully, you didn't lose power or something like that. I know the storm's been going on lately for some people, and I just want to give a shout out and make sure you're staying safe out there, everybody. I do care about everybody. All right, so let's see.
And please heed all warnings.
What's that? Sorry. You're good. What'd you say?
Sorry, I just said please heed all warnings.
Yes.
That's what I said.
Yeah, if you have warnings in your area, storm warnings, please, if you can. I mean, it's like the story that I talked about the tank that was going to rupture in California, and I saw a comment on one of the stories, and it was somebody that was going to shelter in place, like on the outskirts of the eviction zone or whatever. And basically what it was is she had just gone through surgery, and so had her significant other or something like that. So they were incapable of getting out to safety. So gratefully, thank the Lord, that didn't actually rupture. But unfortunately in Washington, that other tank did, right? So we really need to start pushing our people in charge of things to do regular safety checks or whatever's happening. I don't know. Anyway.
And we need to take some of these warnings seriously. I know in a lot of the like East and Midwest, we're so used to like, you know, basically if it's spring or summertime period, you're going to hear warnings.
Hit me up,
you're going to
more
hear
celery.
sirens.
I'll help you out if I can.
Sirens, at least like half the warm days, and so it can be kind of like you become numb to it. I dropped you. You almost become numb to it, and you think, oh, it's just going to be like last time, and it's going to be nothing. You know, when in reality, like, the storms are getting worse. Which is a whole other subject we could, you know me, I could talk about forever. But
Sure.
Just heed warnings. Just be safe. It's better to have gone and taken shelter and, you know, maybe feel a little silly or whatever, even though you shouldn't, safety, than to wish you had.
Fair. Okay. Anything else on that? We can chat about it if we want. All right.
What was the second half again?
Yeah, we were just talking about weather. Is what we were just talking about. But moving back to the prompt.
Sorry,
now.
I had to step away for a second.
No, you're good.
Storms.
Oh, yeah,
I don't remember this.
I have a huge storm coming towards me.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, I know that you have been mentioning it in the side chat, so that's why I say, like, I know that there's a storm going on. So whoever is affected by that, my heart goes out to you. My thoughts, my prayers. Please stay safe, all of you. Okay, so the second half of the prompt is, where did it go? Is the democratic lifestyle literally poisonous?
Oh man, that's a great question, but I think the Democrats are not that poisonous. It's the woke side of things.
It's fair.
Are we
Because
saying the
Democrat-
Democrats you run into today? I just want to specify. Like, are we talking about from the last 30 years, in the last 5 years, just right now?
Oh, in the last 5 years, I'd call them poisonous. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you look at the 90s and 2000s, you had a lot of what's called blue dog Democrats, which were what you would call a Republican these days. You know, like if you met a blue dog Democrat and they had very similar policies, but they were kind of left behind as everything shifted more left. And they were kind of like, well, I don't agree with that, so I got to go with Trump.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
I just think, like, we have to remember at the end of the day, hell is paved with the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Hey, Jared, good to see you, buddy.
And a lot of Democrats, like,
You don't know
really
he has his own channel
have
too.
good intentions.
Shout out.
And they don't really agree with, like, a lot of the leftist woke talking points. Like, if we were to survey most leftists, they probably don't care about trans issues. They probably don't care about any of the things that the mainstream's telling us that they care about, but they're put into that box. But at the end of the day, I really do think they have good hearts.
True.
That's true, and it's also true that if they do care about those, like, hot button issues, it's because they've literally been made to believe that we're trying to, like, unalive trans folks, and we would rather women be unalived than have free choice over their bodies, and the very, very far fringe left paints us into monsters, so that even people who are, you know, barely on the fringe and, you know, normal people, like you said, you know, get this idea that we're the dangerous ones.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but we also
go ahead.
People like us kind of get the idea that they're bad people too.
You're kind of breaking up, Werewolf. I don't know if you can maybe move.
No, I said
oh, you're good now. Go ahead.
People like us sometimes consider them bad people too. So it's kind of like this duality.
You got it, Jared.
Like,
Appreciate
we're
you,
all
buddy.
just looking at each other as enemies.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people that are lefties, it comes from more of a place of, like, they want to demonize, whereas for people that are conservative or on the quote-unquote right, it's more because we actually...
Hey, World
not
Radio.
even a
Appreciate the
hatred,
engagement, buddy.
but
Good
it's
to see
that
you.
we, if anything, want to save them. We want to see them do better, and we see that they're misled. Most of us, not all, are faithful, religious.
Bard.
So, I don't know, that would be my...
I understand.
I do see what you mean. I
Yeah.
I definitely think there's, like, a double demonization, if you could call it that. I think it's a little strong, but lefties, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think you, like, kind of hit the nail on the head, because I think people on the right want to see, like, can I use
Thank you for
you
dropping
as
that,
an
Mr. B.
example, guy with the blue avatar?
Oh, heaven.
Oh, heaven. Okay. Like people on the right want to see heaven get himself out of a predicament. People on the left want to help heaven get out of the predicament. Both sides are right.
Well, I wouldn't say that's always true. I mean, I definitely know a lot of helpful people, but I know what you're going for. You're going for more like we don't want huge government funded aid programs like EBT as much, but that also gets demonized because it's not like we're saying we don't want poor and disabled people or even the everyday person to have help for a short amount of time. We're just saying we think somebody else should be doing it, like the church, like the community, and not nationwide, like our taxes. You know, I feel like it's not about wanting to be helpful. It's more wanting more of some of the bigger ideals, like smaller government, you know, less than like just wanting to see
Hey,
people not have help.
Beatrix, good to see you. Thank you very much for the
I'm glad you can
engagement. Hope you're
translate what I
doing
can
well.
say better than I can.
No, I'm with you. I know what you mean. I'm with you. I think.
I don't know.
I
I think if you point at any leftist policy, I'd point out the immorality in it. So I do question
Right.
whether or not you could even say it's paved with good intentions, because I feel like when you say something is good or bad, we are immediately talking about morality, and it's not whether or not you think it's good or bad. It's on the objective standard. Where does this lie?
Well, like the idea of like a workers' union, right?
Ew.
That in itself is a good concept that's meant to help the workers become more in control of or have more of a say in what happens in the company and more a representation from middle management
agree with
to
that,
upper
Jared.
management, the union. So that's a good idea in theory. So yes, in practice, in theory, that's a good idea. In practice, it hasn't been the best idea.
I don't know. Can you say why it's moral for you to tell me what I do with my business when I hire you, I employ you, now you get a
That's
right
how
to
it'd
tell
be,
me
Jared,
how to run my
right
business? I
there.
would feel like that's immoral. You're taking control of something that isn't yours.
No, well, a union isn't telling you what to do with your business. It's telling you how to properly compensate your employees.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not the employee's place, is to tell the employer, hey, I'm worth this much. If you don't like the pay, you go find a job elsewhere. That's how it's always benefited, right? Like every time we see the federal minimum wage go up, inflation outpaces it. So when we try and correct
100%,
these
Beatrix.
things, when you see like a union and everything, what happens? They take more out of your paycheck. My very first job at 14 was a cart pusher at Kroger. The union there, and this was at a time when federal minimum wage was what, $7.15. They wanted $3 an hour to pay union fees. I had to sign off of it. I was like, no,
Holy
thank you,
cow.
absolutely not. Yeah, like how is that beneficial to the average employee? Like whatever they've done to increase wages does not offset that.
No.
Well, like I said, Miss Heaven, it was good in theory. It's not perfect in practice. I did say that. So, like, I'm not
You meaning
defending
me?
unions, but the idea of
Yes,
a
Leah.
union, the idea of having that middle ground to where employees actually do have more of a say in what benefits they get, in in theory, is good. It hasn't been implemented good in practice. I agree with that because I worked for UPS and that was god awful.
Oh.
Well, if I may,
Let
give
me
a,
give you a.
Hold
could I
on.
give one
Sorry.
real world example real quick?
Yep, go ahead, Leia.
Heaven. I know that unions. Sorry, that was my word. Their unions get demonized a whole lot, and I can see why they're not perfect. However, I know with my dad, he's a great example. He works for a large steel and metalworks company in my state. Such a big one, it founded one of the cities around here, in fact, and they have a union. A union for them is necessary because they have several plants, thousands and thousands of employees, right? And the hazard risk level, if you will, of their job is very high. So my dad has been injured on the job twice, and one of those injuries hurt his back really bad. He's required like 6 surgeries. that stemmed from that one injury. And they threatened to fire him over missing like a month and a half due to one of the surgeries that got botched. It was a whole thing. And the one and only reason he's still there, got paid, all of that, is because of the union, because he actually had to go through litigation. He had to actually sue them, basically, for all of his back pay and for his drawback. At the time, they had severed his employment. So he and the union sued them and got his job back. He ended up getting a promotion. It was the whole thing, right? But only because they're unionized. If they would have not had a union, he would have had no recourse other than maybe try and hire a lawyer himself. But how would that have gone against a, $1 trillion company?
Right.
So, extreme examples like that, union, great.
Hey, Dark Side Deaconess, good to see ya. Appreciate the engagement. Yeah. So, and then anybody, Dark Side just showed up. If you'd like to join the panel, you're welcome to join. Anybody that is in the chat would like to join the panel. I'll probably go for another 40 minutes. It looks like. And then, I need to get to bed, but, yeah, anybody that would like to join, you're welcome to join. Thank you very much for the engagement, Dark Side. And if you don't know, in the chat, she does have her own channel. Just getting started from what I understand. So please go give her some love, when you can. Don't skip out on me though. I'm just kidding. Anyway, getting back to the prompt. Do you guys have anything left on that?
I mean, I just find unions inherently socialism, right? Like it's definitely that kind of mindset where it's the workers overtake the means of production and who hires them and how they hire them. And it's a slippery slope. It's led us to a lot of problems, and communism is so wrong that you would go to jail for being a communist and being a part of the party and trying to run for office. It's a terrible thing. So I don't know why we would appeal to that kind of mindset when we have a belief in, of course,
Dark
liberty,
Side,
right?
I appreciate you.
If I have a company,
we need more women in this space.
OSHA, yeah, it's made with a great mindset, but does it really do anything beneficial?
And
these
Wi-Fi.
days? A lot of times it doesn't.
I do not like OSHA.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
OSHA's-
I kind.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
No, it's just like this is kind of the thing that I think is hindering the right, and a little bit is the idea that anything that is kind of left-minded is bad. Like there are aspects of socialism that we can look at and say like, hey, that issue's bad, but some of the other things are not as bad as we think they are.
I mean, you're not
I'll push
100%
back against
wrong.
that. Sorry,
You're not 100% wrong, but I don't really agree either. It's still inherently socialism, and we don't want to move closer to socialism.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah. Welcome in, Emmett.
I think it's kind of important too.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Leah. I just wanted to make sure Emmett was welcomed in. Anyway, go ahead,
Hey,
Leah.
Emmett. I was just going to say we also have to remember, kind of similar to our conversation last week, I totally respect what you're talking about having with like personal liberty over like a small business, right? But I do think we need to have some sort of reins, if you will, or like quote unquote gatekeeping on these huge corporations. Like the one I spoke about is a really big corporation, something like Walmart, Target, things like this are a lot different than a small business with 10 or 15 employees. And a lot of people think I'm crazy, but I do think that small businesses should probably be treated a little bit different because they're not going to monopolize and like ruin an entire local economy,
Right.
I mean, it's just a slippery slope. Like here in Indiana, you don't need to provide insurance until you have 50 employees. So guess what size most small businesses are in my area? 48, 49 employees. And if they want to hire someone on, they're going to fire someone first to avoid that. So, I mean, all you're doing is incentivizing just people to find a different loophole. And again, I don't think it's the company's job to provide. If you have a downfall or on hard times, I don't think it's the government. I don't think it's the states, the countries. What I think
Still
it is
engagement.
it's your church and your community, right? And the fact that we leave it up to these places, like why do we have welfare? Because we allowed the state to take the place of the church. All these kinds of things have actually led to a misdirection of our morality.
Well, hold on. Just to push back on that, like, if someone's an atheist and they fall into hard times, like, let's just say they get ill, and you're saying like it's the community and the church's job to step in, and they're not affiliated with the church, and let's just say they move to a new city, then they're not that involved with the community. So these are the things, like, these are the minute things that make it to where socialism, if you look at it from just not the negative point of view, where you pay taxes to go into a system, but you never get the benefits of the system you're paying into. What's different than, like, that just sounds worse to me, to be honest with you.
I mean, when you say you go to a new church, but you're an atheist, et cetera, you got to remember that people
No,
of
you,
this
you move to a
religion,
new city. You move
yeah,
to a new
but
city.
I mean, that neighbor that you're going to have when you move to the new city, if they are a Christian, if we are a homogenous society that all have the same type of worldview, you're going to have someone that believes that the least that you, or the way that you treat the least of these people, the ones that you think are the absolute worst on society, how you treat them is how you will be judged. So, atheist or not, you should be treated with a level of dignity, decorum, and respect.
But that's a lot of ifs.
Is it an odds yet?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, if we on the right were to just like take a better look at like what the leftists are saying and just say like, hey, like, that's not really that bad an idea, I think that will like make us better in the long run.
What is not that bad of an idea?
Socialism.
Yeah, dark side. They
Yeah,
do.
what part?
A lot of them do, at least.
Exactly.
Thank you very
I'm
much for
sorry,
that,
who are you
Homestead.
asking?
Try to share the stream if
Well,
you can,
said
guys,
that
please.
I'm an agnostic person that don't know nothing about the government, and I want to know
No,
which part of
no.
the ideas from the left you are referencing that are not that bad. Can you give me one?
Well, off the top of my head, I don't think it's a
Mhm.
bad idea when leftists are asking for universal health care. I don't think it's that bad an idea. I know the implementation of it has been bad in America with Obamacare, and it's left a lot of foul taste in people's mouths.
Okay.
But
Who
what I
is
was
gonna?
telling,
Okay, so everybody should be getting healthcare, right? Should be getting healthcare. That is the
Okay,
proposition.
wait. If we have universal health care, can't the government just make decision whether you're getting health care or not?
well,
Right?
But
like,
before that, like, the proposition is everybody should have healthcare free, right?
well, I don't like when you say healthcare. Do you mean if I get cancer today, I should have to pay for it all out of pocket, or do you mean healthcare as in
No,
I have a broken
no,
arm, I need to go get some help and just get a cast?
I don't know. I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You're saying that
Oh, yeah, yeah.
the doctors and the nurses and the hospitals, if you go over there and use their service, it should be free for you, right?
Well, one, I'm not a policymaker, so I'm not going to like speak on what like I think the
But you're a
policy should
voter,
be.
right?
I'm sorry.
You're a voter, right? You
Oh,
vote.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think that should
So
be,
what you want as a voter is that whenever you go to a hospital or a clinic and there is people working there, you can use their services and you will not pay anything, right?
well, I will be paying for it through taxes.
I mean, but you wouldn't be paying. You wouldn't take your card or you wouldn't take out money, or you wouldn't do anything in return at the point of you using the service, right?
Not out of pocket, but if I'm getting it taken out of my check, I'm still paying for it.
Okay. So let's what you want is to use the money of others, because we have to understand that most people in the United States are not net
Well, no,
positive
well, like, well,
taxpayers.
may have pushed back
well,
on.
I'm just
No, go ahead.
asking.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead,
am.
man.
I'm just gonna ask the question. You can obviously push back on it. Okay, so we know that not most people in the United States are net positive taxpayers. So in reality, what you would like is the majority of the population to be using other people's money so that they can
Well,
go and use the services of people who work. Correct?
well, what I would say, and you know, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name before you came in here.
This is Emmett.
I
Good to
mean,
meet you.
I would say already in my paycheck, I get Social Security taken out of my check, right?
Uh-huh.
So why is it bad that I use the Social Security that I've been paying into since I was 16 for a need that I have? And it's not any other tax. Like right now, boomers are taking my money to pay for their medicine, and you're not
Correct.
pushing back on that. So why
Well,
is it bad
shouldn't
to say Social Security should go to the person that's paying it? That
I
would
don't
be
disagree
my.
with that. I don't disagree with that. I think we should get
So
rid
you
of
would
Social Security. You should not be paying for that.
okay, but like, what if we use the Social Security rather than having it go to a large group of people, or like one of my
Wait,
dollars goes to 10 different people, 10 cents of it? Why
wait,
not
that's a
have
different claim. That's a
and
completely
it's the
different
same
claim now.
claim, but it's the
No,
same
that
claim because it's
beforehand
my
you said, let me
it's tax
explain.
dollars. Social Security is a tax dollar, right?
I yeah, but what you said is why should I pay for other people to use a service when I'm not using it? Which I agree
I
with
didn't say
you. You
that.
shouldn't pay for.
I didn't say that. I said,
You said that. You said that you
oh,
haven't
you're
used it.
okay. No,
Why
yeah,
haven't I?
you're right. You're right. You're right. I did say it in that
Yeah.
context.
Okay,
But
yeah.
what I'm
So I
saying is,
agree. I agree
Yeah,
with that
exactly,
sentiment
Wi-Fi.
100%. Why should you pay
We're
for other
paying
people's
who is
shit? I
currently
agree
on it,
with you 100%. Okay, and we
not
should not
saving
be
it.
paying for it. If you want to have your own retirement, or you want to have your own security when it comes to your insurance, or you want to have any of those things, you should be able to buy them, but you shouldn't be forced into paying them. Which I agree with you with that. But then I don't understand why, if you have that sentiment, I don't want to pay for other people's shit. Your policy position is I want to vote so that a politician can set up a system for me so that I can use other people's money for my own benefit.
well, what I'm more so saying is the money that I pay into Social Security, I
Mhm.
shouldn't have to wait until I need it, or I shouldn't have to wait till I'm 65 to need it. If I have a car accident tomorrow and I need some health care and I've already paid into Social Security for the last 30 years or 20 years, I should be able to just say, hey, give me that Social Security money I put into it. It's like a bank. Like
Yeah.
use Social
I,
Security as a bank for the individual, not a bank for the collective. That would
yeah,
be
I agree
my
with you. It should
that
be
would be
just in
my
your bank.
policy. That would be my policy. But again, like I like you're asking me like kind of like how I would write
Hey,
up the
Phil,
legislation. I
good
don't
to see
know if
you.
I
Well,
can
Appreciate the
do it
engagement.
like that.
I think
Like
this
I
is the
can
first
I
time
don't
I'm
know if
seeing
I
you,
can
so
do
hope
it
to
for
keep
you
you
the way
around.
that you want me to explain it to you.
I think you have I
May I
think you've
interject?
been. Yes, just in a second. Let me finish
Okay.
this thought, and I'll let you. Apologies. Um, what I see a lot of people, for example, when they're asked, "Do you agree with universal healthcare?" They have this idea that you just go to a place and you're gonna receive the healthcare that you need with the amount with the same quality that you've been having it throughout your life. And the reality is, if you actually look at the cost benefit analysis that has been done in the past, one is going to destroy your economy. You're going to get poorer. So you're going to be poorer than you are right now. You're going to pay more in taxes. This is going to go to the politicians. And it's going to create a whole list of bullshit problems. And then at the end of the day, you're not going to have the same quality of service. You're going to have a lower quality of service.
No,
And
thank
people
you,
don't seem
sir. Thank you
to
very
grasp
much.
all of those different levels. And even when I ask you, like, what is exactly that you want to do, you pretty much said, I don't want to pay more. I wish I could have access to the money that I pay in taxes, which I agree with you. You should have access to it. We should pay a lot less taxes.
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
So
at least
go
we
ahead.
don't pay as much taxes as they do in somewhere like Germany. But yeah, we still pay too much, like
hold on.
way too much.
All right, hold on for just a second, real quick. Dark Side Deaconess, welcome in. Appreciate the jumping on the panel here. So now as we get more people, I want to be on top of it here. If I cut you off, if I start to become more of an asshole than I have been in the past, please don't take it personally. I just want to make sure that we do get everybody in on the panel to be able to have their piece. Obviously, as we all know, I run my show differently than any other show out there on the internet, it seems like these days. And I want to say thank you very much for those that went through the vetting process and have kept that restrained tonight. Not obviously going to name any names, but thank you very much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the respect tonight. Darkside, you were going to come in with something. Go ahead with what you had. Maybe. Are you even still with us?
I was totally muted. Oh, I'm awful. L's in the chat for me.
We all do it. It's all good. Sorry,
we finally had a good one, and you had to remind me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. So the question that was just asked about, like, why can't I just take that money? So do you know how much money you pay into the Social Security portion each year?
Me,
Like
myself?
a rough number over that you've said you've been working for the last, we'll say 20 years. Can you roughly estimate the amount that you pay annually just to the Social Security portion or have paid?
Myself, I can tell you about $3,000 a year.
And how many years have you been working? About 20?
Yeah.
Okay, that's only $60,000, sir. How do you expect to retire if you take all of that money out when you need it right now?
Hey, like I said, my idea is not perfect.
Yeah, and so I was just coming up here to ask those
You guys are so
questions
mean.
to maybe help you realize that the amount that you pay in, I mean, if you work for 30 years, roughly 90,000, right? I mean, it doesn't even equate to the amount that most people use because people aren't leaving the earth quite as young as they once did. People are retiring at 65 after working for, we'll say, 45 roughly years. And then they're living at another like 30 years, some of them, and they're getting way more out of it than they put in.
Yeah, like I said, like my idea is not perfect. I'm just like going off the dome at the moment because like I'm not a policy maker or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a thought
But
experiment.
I do think that
Be
like
careful
it's a
with the thought experiments. Sorry, I'm being an ass again. Moving on.
It's the idea that like you guys are, I'm assuming, all right wingers. And this is a conversation that like we on the right, if we could like get these things moving, I think it will help us in the long run.
Well, how would you propose that we increase the output without increasing the input, if that makes sense? If it doesn't, you can ask me to clear it up for
Oh
you.
no. So what you're saying is like, how do we increase the taxes without increasing the taxes on the
Yeah, so how do
person?
we increase what we receive without increasing what we put in?
Well, I would say, you know how I live in a non-state income tax state,
Mhm.
but if we were just like maybe increase the federal or decrease the federal by about 5% and increase the Social Security by about maybe 10%, or like just make up that difference, it would help. But like again, like y'all are asking me like policy positions on like the nitty gritty on like what lawmakers do. And I am not in that position to do that.
Phil, fair enough. Beatrix, interesting. So,
How do help?
sorry, dark side. Real quick, Heaven Max has been having a delay, so he hasn't had a chance to get in. and been trying. Do you have something that like now? I go ahead.
Yeah,
Heaven.
it's relevant.
Yep. No,
So
sorry, Heaven
what
Max.
it is.
Go ahead, Heaven.
So when you look at our fiscal budget for the entire country every year, over 60% go to social programs. That's welfare, food stamps, Section 8 housing, et cetera, et cetera. 60% of entire our government spending goes towards social programs. That's what's taking all the money out of our pockets. Secondly, when you look at it, anyone making $190,000 or less every year, you're part of the 3% of what's going into that. The other 97% of what's going in are the people above 190K. So you have to really like put everything into perspective. Third, Social Security, how it works is you pay into it towards the government, and then what they do with that money is they buy trusts and bonds with it, right? And so then after a while it appreciates, and that's how it ends up being, oh yeah, you're only putting in 60K, but it's actually compiled all the way up, all the way to maybe, let's say, 200-300K. But if the government allowed me to go and take and put that in like the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or anything like that, I would have 3 times larger of a retirement fund than if I left it up to the government. Why does the government, Werewolf, get to tell me how to invest my money when it does a worse job than I would?
Again, like you're kind of asking me to like give you guys a policy. Like I'm not running for Congress, I'm not running for Senate, I'm not like coming up with a proposed policy. I'm just floating the idea around that maybe, just maybe, if right wingers like were to vet these questions in a public forum and ask these questions out loud, and a right-wing politician were to be like, okay, I'm hearing all these concerns, I'm hearing what they want, then we can make a slight, maybe 2% progress to a better sustainable healthcare system. So
Right, I get what you're saying, but imagine if you told everyone, hey, you don't get to rely on some social safety net. Your money is yours. But guess what? Instead of paying 35% in income tax, you're going to pay 12%. And that's just going to cover, let's say, the military and infrastructure, you know, your fire departments, et cetera, things like that. Why shouldn't, what's the government obligated to do other than provide us national security and infrastructure?
again, like it's a question that I'm not really equipped to answer for you. But when you ask like what is the government besides national security, some of the national security stuff that the government's done is questionable. So no matter what, there's always going to be these questionable things that the government does with our money. I'm just saying, if we were to just take a tenth of what it does and just use it for a social safety net, it's not necessarily a
You talking about me,
thing
Wi-Fi?
what the leftists are asking
I know
for.
I'm a tool.
And like that's really all I'm saying. It's like we can't keep looking at these leftist things where you guys are like ridiculing me on like this. Leftists probably go through this harder, but you guys will all agree probably that like what I'm saying is not that bad.
Werewolf sorry, I'm
I
back
don't
from the
know.
shower.
Again, like you're talking about a random 10% where you're like, oh, we should take 10%. It hasn't been 10% since the 1950s. It has been encroaching higher ever since then. And right now it's around 60 to 70%.
Let him finish.
Can I ask him a question, Heaven? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if he's finished, you go ahead.
Are you done, Heaven Max? I don't want to interrupt you on your...
Are you done, Heaven?
Sorry, it's bit blotchy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's having a delay, AVG, just so you know. So it's hard to get through to him. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Werewolf, if I can kind of intercede here, I mean, I've listened to you a bit. I've been
I figured
finishing
Wi-Fi. I was being a
sandwich, and what
trying
I
to be nice to
hear
him.
is this: politicians don't talk about this stuff enough. They don't acknowledge it, and why aren't conservatives acknowledging leftist viewpoints? Right? You're basically suggesting that conservative politicians overnight adopt some kind of like what socialism sympathy. Like this to me is kind of hilarious. Where in the conservative platform is there room for a view that we ought, provide more social services, or that we ought provide more opportunities for fraudsters to take advantage of the American government? Can you point me to a specific policy that the conservative government would support in reference to that?
No, which is why I'm trying to introduce the conversation.
Okay, so what do you want us to become filthy centrists? Like, pun intended.
That's wild, Beatrix.
Like,
ouch. 26%.
No, what I
It's almost
want
as much
is
as I pay
us to.
as a self-employed person.
Do you agree that
What?
we have to live amongst leftists, right?
are you a leftist? I'm beginning to think you're somewhere.
No,
in
he's
the
he's
middle.
he's just far right.
He's just far right.
Yeah.
So far right, he's become left. Okay. Yes,
Kind
we
of.
have to live with we have to live with leftists, obviously.
So is it not good to like kind of hear their concerns and kind of maybe show them like, hey, we hear your concerns. We hear what you guys want to do. Maybe we can do it better over here on the right than you can.
No, you know why? Conservatives have all of the GUNs. We've got all of the reproductive success, right? We have all of the objective morality. Fuck them. Let's just put them on. I like to call this place Margarita Island. Margarita Island is an amazing place where anybody who doesn't like the conservative status quo can go fuck off to. And on that island, it's like Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. They have a lot of overflowing booze. You can fornicate with whoever you want. If you so decide, you can pleasure yourself. I don't give a crap. Do it on the island. You can do whatever you want there. It's called Margarita Island. Great concept. Okay.
Fair enough. Real quick, I'm gonna dip real fast. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. So do you guys need anything before I dip out?
Not for me.
Okay.
Can I get a soda and some chips?
Yeah, right. No, unfortunately. That's what you give me. No. So I'm gonna go grab something to eat real fast. You guys continue on, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. So can you get behind Margarita Island, Werewolf?
Hey, Kyle, good to see you.
I mean,
Thank you very
again,
much for
this
the
isn't like something
super chat
like
the other
I'm
day,
in a
man.
policy position maker.
Shouted
to,
you out
like,
earlier, but you weren't
sit here
around. I
and-
don't think so.
From
Thank you.
from a voter standpoint, would you get behind, right? a separate, basically a separation, like Canada, for instance, right? Alberta is trying to separate from the remainder of the country, which I think is totally based and totally fine, right? Right, if the conservative government overthrows the existing population, which honestly, it probably could, because like I said, conservatives have all of the guns, all of the reproductive success. They have all of the objective morality. Let's just institute a new world order and ship all of the frickin' Democrats off to this island, right? What's wrong with that? Where's the wrong maker there? Think about
Yeah,
philosophy here.
Go for it.
Go for it. No problem.
Just go
Okay,
for it.
so we don't need to pander to these blue-haired freaks, right? We can just say submit, bitch, and ship them off to the frickin' island, right?
Can I get that on a soundboard, the submit bitch part?
If you want me to say it again so you can clip it, I'll do it.
Oh, I don't know how to clip, but thank you.
Oh. It's L. L's in the chat for Heaven Maxed. Unfortunate.
I figured out how to do push to talk today. Big steps.
Yeah, and you know what the beautiful thing about democracy is? Who else on the panel will support me in the endeavor to ship Democrats to Margarita Island? Can I get an aye?
Oh, Margarita Island.
Aye.
Send them to Haiti.
See? We've got a revolt. Hell yeah. Fuck the leftists. Ship them off to the island.
No, but Werewolf, I do understand
Could
her
I-
question, and what she's asking you is, should we compromise on our morality or what we think is ethical to pander to people we disagree with?
I mean, I've already seen the right in some aspects kowtow to some of the LGBTQ stuff. 20 years ago, the idea of a gay man being represented in the Republican Party was unfathomable, but now is completely accepted.
Would you say that that's
Okay.
a good thing?
It is just a thing.
Okay,
It's
so
not good.
there's oughts and there's is, right? Should it ought be a thing, right? Let's think about this in a more
It
like
is a thing. Like,
okay, and can we not fix that? Is forest doctrine just suddenly no longer a thing that we recognize?
There we go.
sure. Like, should we not allow that LGBTQs into the Conservative Party? Sure.
Sorry,
Why
yeah.
not? So
Sorry,
should
we
we?
should or we shouldn't let like rainbow
No, we
people.
shouldn't. We shouldn't let them. Okay, we shouldn't let them in. That's what I meant.
Great. I'm just trying to ascertain whether or not you can make concrete statements or rather you like simply engage in like to be or not to be. Like every time you like think about a question, it's kind of baffling to me. So I'm just trying to ascertain whether or not you can make concrete analyses and conclusions. Great.
So
they
should
shouldn't.
we?
They should,
So can I ask you a question, if I may?
yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Should the conservative right wing movement kick out on all non-Christians?
So conservative and right wing are political views and they are separate from religion, generally speaking, right? So it's a false correlative. I don't think that necessarily just because a person is Christian, they will be conservative. Similarly, I don't believe because a person is conservative, they will be Christian, right? I don't think the
Are you
two
trying
are.
to like have a, like? Are you trying to like have a debate, or like are we just talking? I'm just
Oh,
trying to
sorry.
figure.
Am I not allowed to have a debate right now? Would
Well,
that
like,
offend your delicate sensibilities if I had a debate with you right now? Would that be unacceptable to you? Do you
do what you
debate at
want.
all?
Can I jump in for just a second, ABG?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I
Thank
think
you.
I've reached my the extent of that
Your point is well taken.
Daria,
I
stop
just
being a
wanted to
meanie,
say,
okay?
I'm sorry.
I know everybody gets
No,
meanie award. Everybody.
it's when I speak to like guys who portray leftist viewpoints, I become a savage. I apologize. Go ahead.
That's that. We got a savage and a meanie. I know.
Well,
But
that's true.
to be
I
fair,
am a meanie. To be fair.
yeah, facts. To be fair and to be generous, shall we say, to Werewolf, I am a recovered loopy lefty myself, right? I grew up total degenerate. Not really, but I was pretty far left. I was pretty liberal. So that's why earlier when I was saying, yes, I can totally understand what you're saying about lefties wanting what's best for people. You know, I was activist, advocate, all these things. And I truly believed I could help change the world. I could really help make the world better for people in it. Back then, I really truly believed I was doing what was right. It wasn't some like sneak attack where I was trying to like destroy people and their souls, right? Like I really thought I was doing what was right. It's like when we learn better, we do better, right? And it's that was when I was young and kind of dumb. And then I grew up, right? I got real jobs, I paid taxes, grew even further, had children, had a family, and a lot of the things that the more conservative people in my life had been trying to tell me for years and years kind of became more clear, right? That's not to say that I think everyone on the left has great intentions, because I don't. But I do believe there's a large, at least a medium size portion of them that are likely at least decent people who are misled, because the loud people of the left are really great at propaganda campaigns and just generally like mass brainwashing. And if you are an even halfway decent person and you truly believe that all these terrible things are happening to these poor, slighted people or these minority communities, etc., right? You're going to want to do something about that. You're not going to like the people that did that. And you're, perhaps not going to ask too many questions. So I totally get where you're coming from, genuinely, right? But we also have to contend with the fact that unfortunately that loud portion of the left, there are people within that cabal, shall we say, no deeper meaning, just random word, who are kind of evil, right? And who do want to like kind of see society collapse. I mean, they're not even hiding it at this point. Like they outwardly preach things like accelerationism. So it's no secret that there's also those people as well. And I mean, anybody could easily say, yeah, but there's people on the conservative side that suck, like, the Aryans, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's bad people in every group. Okay, fine. But I don't know that it does us any favors to only see the bad or only see the good. Like, I get that you're trying to push that there's good people, but do you understand why especially very faithful people would also say, yeah, but there's some evil people too? You know what I mean with that?
Yeah.
Maybe. maybe not. Okay,
To me,
good
when it
thought.
comes to all of this, it feels a little bit virtue signaling. Like I don't care about the person in general. We're all sinners. It's just about the idea. What of the idea is the thing that I can figure out that is good or bad. Okay? When it comes to universal healthcare has been if you actually if you read a little bit about economics, what you're asking for is a series of people who spent a lot of time studying and trying their best to be productive members of society, to tell them how much they can charge, become pretty much government employees, destroy the idea of what they actually want to make with their lives because they're not going to be making as much money as they want, and you are destroying their market. So you want them pretty much as slaves, just with other things. You think you're entitled to their labor, and whenever I see this, it's like, well, yeah, it sounds very nice when I tell you you're gonna have all of these and you don't have to pay for it. But the reality of the situation is you're actually making you're gonna make everybody poorer because you're gonna be requesting more taxes from them. You're gonna make the politicians way more likely to be corrupt because now they have all this money, and what is the thing that people like to do when they have a lot of money at their disposal? Spend it, especially if it's not theirs. And you're gonna end up with the destruction of the same market you will want to have access to. So I understand that it sounds very nice. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna give you all this stuff and it's gonna be free, but it just it's like I'm offering you the world, but I know that at the end of the day I'm gonna screw you over. It's that's how it feels. That's how it is to me. I'm just lying so that I can get power.
I'm sorry, but I just want to come from a biblical standpoint as well and just point out that every time nations fell away, including God's only chosen people, right? When we're talking about the Old Testament, every time they fell away from his word and weren't following virtuously, what happened? He let them fall to their own destruction. It was only when they were being righteous that they deserved any kind of authority or a higher place in their nation, right? So we shouldn't allow these people that are trying to drive our society away from what should be morally true or good or righteous or good intent or anything like that, just to, because they might be nice. Again, I think it's the whole nice versus kind thing. Like, it's not kind to let the left propagate these things. And I think that standing stronger rather than meeting them in the middle is what we need to do.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to put it. I completely agree. I think we should just kind of take over and say, listen, submit, or maybe you go to the island that ABG is building. I mean, I'm not really too upset with that. I think at some point, unfortunately, it might come to that because I don't know how much longer our nation can really, and everyone in it can really take being torn apart at the seams by a bunch of crazy / misled / brainwashed / downright demonic people who want to destroy us all. Can't know how much longer it's gonna go well. So yeah.
Right.
only
Like when
other
we say a baby is formed in the womb and life is started at conception, and they say, oh, we want third term, we don't say let's meet in the middle and allow child sacrifice at 8 weeks. That's wrong, right? Now, when it comes to a left versus right election or this person versus this person, a lot of times you're left to pick the lesser of two evils, but we should never be happy with picking evil.
Yeah, there's also like you guys have a major problem, right, with the electoral college and the specific amounts of votes that are allocated per state, right? Even I have that problem. It's just kind of different in Canada, where we actually it is possible to, swing votes in certain areas, but it's probably not going to happen. Like I don't think we've had a conservative representative for my district in years. I'm questioning whether or not we ever have. But the way that I kind of see it is this: there's parts of your nation, right, that are distinctly conservative or Republican, right, and parts that are very democratic. And unfortunately, those parts aren't in the same way, collective. So they're not like on the same side of the country, right? I would think that perhaps you split the country in two, but then I wonder, does that not create diplomatic issues? Because what if they decide to revolt and try and they're probably going to be useless in that regard, right? Let's be honest, most of them haven't even handled a gun in years, or ever. But you never know, right? There could be diplomatic issues arising from that. So that's kind of why I proposed the island. What do you guys think?
When they do handle a firearm, they hold it sideways.
Right.
Or hurt themselves.
Yeah.
Barn Diesel wants me to change the name from Margarita Island. He doesn't want the good name of margaritas to be conflated with a leftist island.
Right. Degenerate island, yeah.
Can we give them something that I think's gross, like Bloody Marys or something? Cosmopolitan Island,
like corn stars. Like the shot,
or
like
Jägermeister land.
Curacao and raspberry sourpuss, right?
Okay, we're gonna have to put you in Degen prison for a second
it's
there.
A great
Okay.
drink. Have you ever had a corn star shot? It's so nice.
No.
That's funny.
That's it.
Put you
AVG.
once again
3 more days in purgatory.
What? It's a beverage, Emmett.
3 more days in purgatory, woman.
What?
Yep, 3 more days in purgatory.
It has nothing to do with the adult mattress actresses and actors. It's merely referring to the blend of blue curacao, right, which is a citrusy beverage, combined with raspberry sourpuss, which, as we all know, is a tangy raspberry taste. And if you'd like, you can top it up with Sprite to make it a full beverage. Can I suggest making it a full beverage? You don't do gazillion shots.
It lasts longer.
Yeah, so you're not like at the bar and like after a couple of corn stars, you're like, whoa, like.
Well, then you get 6 days in purgatory instead of 3.
Correct. It adds to the purgatory amount.
You're actually not helping your case in all of these. Just letting you know.
Hey, birds aren't even real. There you are. Good to see you. Good to see you.
We were all
I know everybody's been streaming tonight, so it's good to see you.
It was back in my private practice days. We were doing shots or whatever, and like nobody else had heard of a corn star. So I'm actually starting to question: does anybody know what it is? Like, have any of you heard this term beforehand?
Kyle.
Other than
wait.
obviously in the regular sense.
I can't highlight it, unfortunately.
Drink context?
No.
You can't say I have.
What? Not even Dark Side Degeness?
I know, right? You got me on this one, Alki.
Is this a Canadian thing? Wait, is it a Canadian thing?
Did she just call you
Probably
an
a
alky?
Canadian thing.
Wow.
Oh no, that's an inside joke. People were calling her Dark Side Degeness in the previous stream. It was like a funny thing. It wasn't about alcohol.
I called you an Alki.
Yeah, she called you an alky. I figured it was an inside joke. I was just being a smartass.
Oh yeah, no, I would never. She's my top bitch.
I'm your bottom
yeah,
bitch right now.
it's a okay, this is why. It's a staple in Canadian bars. That's why you guys haven't heard about it. It's not because I'm a degenerate. It's because it's a Canadian
It's
thing.
Canada.
Sure,
Well, that's
sure.
that's where we keep the degens is in Canada.
So
Canada.
I just
So-
did it. I just did a
that sounded like a lot of cope. Okay, it sounded like a lot of cope was involved in that phrase.
What do you mean? Fine Art Bartending Vancouver says that it is a uniquely Canadian drink because it relies heavily on Sourpuss, a brand of sour raspberry liqueur that is extremely popular in Canada.
Would it have to be the
Blame
French part of Canada?
Canada. Blame Canada.
This is cope. This is what you guys are
EVG,
doing.
what I'm
It's cope
understanding
right
from
now.
this
You're the
is
copers.
that-
I am the cope
I'm sorry.
Well,
connoisseur.
that's
Canada
right.
is degenerate, and now I don't want it as the 51st state. So you can keep your
Oh.
corn drinks up there.
You have a corn star shot, and then you tell me who's the degenerate.
I don't want a shot of a corn star, okay?
Right? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
It's getting worse and worse. Like
I'm good without the
Three days
degeneracy.
purgatory, but
Ugh.
we're moving into degen.
It's a liqueur. It's two liqueurs combined together. It's not that degenerate. Like, for instance, has anybody ever had Bailey's and I don't know, rum together?
Who's Bailey?
Probably.
And why are you
Oh, no,
having
what
it?
you do is you take
Her.
Bailey's
Bailey's.
and you mix it
the
with hot
coffee
I'm
liqueur.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Stop throwing me under the bus.
I'm
The
so-
bus
I'm
is- the
sorry.
bus is full
Fair enough, AVG.
of obese children, and it hurts when it crushes my rib cage. Okay, so stop throwing me under it. Okay, you buggers.
That's funny.
Ugh,
All right, I'll stop.
jeez.
It
It was funny though. I give you that. I'm a good sport.
I'm glad you're a good sport. I have fun on my
Yeah.
panels. I just want everybody to know that, like, seriously, I'm just being an asshole half the time. That's all it is.
Not enough. You're
Not
not,
enough?
mean enough. You need to be meaner.
I'm
yeah,
not-
you need to be meaner.
I didn't need to be meaner. I thought I was pretty mean. I keep getting told that I was brutal.
Tater, we
Anyway.
have to add a prison. It's gonna be called Degen Prison / Margarita Island. And whenever somebody says something Degen in your panel, it gets sent there for 5 minutes to think about what they've done.
Is that like
Fair.
Coolbeck's
Analverse?
Analverse?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I don't
That's
like
awesome.
that place.
Yeah, I don't like the Analverse, but I do kind of like the idea of having my own little DJ island I can send people to. That's pretty good. All right, so are we on an actual prompt, or are we just kind of BSing at this point?
BS. What is the
BSing.
next prompt?
Okay.
Yeah, what's the next prompt?
Well, since you're back on the panel, AVG, let's propose your prompt.
Yeah, for sure. So I was speaking with Ryan Mullally earlier, and I mean, this has been a pretty common discussion topic.
You were
in a lot of
speaking with
circles.
Ryan Mullally? Damn, you're moving up places, woman.
Yeah, we're gonna do a collab soon.
Nice.
What?
What do you mean? Why are you so like
Oh,
shocked?
You're moving up places.
God,
I'm not saying that. Like, wow, good job.
Yeah, I mean,
don't
we're
know
both
if she's still
Who's
here talking to
Bailey?
we're both
These little
litigators, right? And World Radio kind of made the introduction, and so we've been in talks. And on his stream earlier today, I
For real
I
though,
attended
Kyle.
the X space that he was in about the Chud the Builder case, and we're going to set up a stream. I suggested we talk about, since Leah has been in my ear and others on this panel specifically about the Bricks and Minfigs case that we discussed that. So
Oh, right on.
Oh my gosh, girl, if you do, you may need to throw me a life preserver so I can paddle on up at some point. Because like I said, I was planning a video for it myself, so I've got a whole mind map of how everyone's connected to each other. I've got all the legal documents. Girl, I've got it all.
yeah, I'm hoping
Okay.
I'll talk to him and see what he wants to do in terms of the format. But it would be cool to have you call in if he's fine with that. I think that would.
What
be
is
great.
the topic exactly?
Oh, the one that I'm bringing here, Emmett.
I know I didn't. Listen. I'm Mexican and slow, and I didn't get it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's Chud. So we were talking about Chud the
Nice.
Builder case earlier.
Common circles.
So for those in the chat,
I hope to keep you
those that are
around. You're
familiar,
funny.
Chud the Builder is popular. He's mainly on X, and I'm sure he's on some other platforms, probably like Rumble. But
Had
he's
pretty
an
kitty dude.
agitation, a shock value creator. He typically engages with individuals of the melanin persuasion.
Do you have a link,
And
more celery?
if a
Can you
polite
drop it in the Discord? I'm
conversation
curious.
about race issues proves not fruitful, and they devolve, or I guess devolve was an appropriate to a rage. He uses the CH, ends with P word, and says that they are doing that, and films it for his audiences. So.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, what I know you guys know. I'm just explaining in case people in the chat don't know. And so he had a recent incident where something like that kind of happened, and he walked away like he always does to presumably film and make his commentary. And the guy followed him, started allegedly, right, punching on him, and Chud pulled out his firearm, and boom, right?
And now he's in prison.
And now
Right.
he's in prison.
Right.
He was refused bail because I think he's a flight risk, and for other circumstances, I presume. He was denied by a female judge, and they're accusing him of attempted unaliving.
Wow.
So I came up on the panel to discuss it, and I thought maybe, but again, it's a very sensitive subject, so I'm just cognizant of that. I only will do that with your permission. Talk about it here.
That's fair. Well, yeah, we can definitely talk about it. I do want to. Werewolf mentioned in the chat that he's got to bounce in 10 minutes, so I just want to give him the floor for a second if there's anything else he wanted to say. If there's anything he wants to shout out or anything like that real quick.
Oh no, like I just hopped on the panel because I wanted to talk about like the far right with the Patriot Front and the Wolves of Inland and all the splinter cells that are going on in America right now. But I just appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on. Definitely appreciate the engagement. Hope you're doing all right. And again, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, and just dip out whenever you're ready. I just wanted to give you the floor, so in case you had something to shout out or you wanted to say something. But like I said, just feel free to do whatever you need to do. And then it looks like Smedley, you need to bounce out. Is there anything you want to say, shout out or anything like that?
No shout out. Just enjoyed the conversation and keeping rolling, I guess.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate it. Again, you're always welcome back. And again, thank you very much for the respect of the channel. I know that we've had our discussions, so I appreciate you more than I can say. Everybody on the panel, I appreciate you more than I can really tell you. So thank you very much. And you have a blessed night if you do end up dipping out. But again, you're welcome to stay as long as you want and dip out whenever you're ready to. Was there anything else? Okay.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Have a good night. All right, so
Good night.
back to, let's see, oh, fair enough. Sorry, I was paying attention to the chat. Okay, so back to the discussion on hand. Was there anything else on the topic that we're on? I'm not even sure which topic we're on at this point.
The Chud case.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
Chud.
Your discussion. That's right. Okay. Anybody have any?
Sorry. Was there something that like you wanted to discuss prior to? I thought.
Nope.
I apologize.
Nope.
I thought we were. Okay.
It's been a long day for me. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Oh.
I just want to make sure
Been there,
that.
done that.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that I'm keeping the conversation flowing and not skipping over something, like if somebody had something to say. So I just want to make sure we're still moving forward is all.
Are you
I
saying
would
that
love
you
to hear other people's thoughts on this case? I think that would be fascinating. Keeping TOS obviously friendly.
Yeah, we gotta.
I think he should be. Well, this okay. I'm gonna say it, and I don't care. I think he deserves to be in prison because
Jared!
he didn't accomplish the mission. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say about that.
What's the mission? I mean,
It's when people fail, it's only attempted.
Interesting. Bob Nor keeps traumatizing people. That's funny.
What is it? It was recorded, right?
I don't even know how
Disavow.
Oh, yeah. Thank you,
This was
Leah.
recorded,
Disavow.
right?
Yes, disavow.
Okay, so this was recorded, and I haven't watched the video. I may have watched it when it first happened. I've watched a lot since then. Was it pretty clear?
Right on. Appreciate it, Celery.
From different angles that it was self-defense, or is that obviously what the contention is.
So
Because
the contention
from the
is I can talk about this real quick because I saw Ryan Mullally yesterday talk about this at length. The contention in the legal case is whether or not he's even able to claim self-defense. If it's possible that he can claim self-defense, I think he has the case to to say that he was self-defense and he was trying to defend his life. Mostly because he was attacked, but people are saying, and you don't have a First Amendment right to provoke a fight and then claim self-defense. So it's a little bit of both in that aspect. He has to. There's going to be a lot when it comes to the case in the idea of whether or not he can even claim that he was self-defense.
So there's a couple principles at hand here, right? So Barnady's lost me. Is it not self-defense of the person is purposely agitating? So from what I understand, y'all have a similar case to us, but it's called Straplinsky with you guys. And basically it's the fighting words doctrine. Like if somebody says words that incite like violence and whatnot, then there's some kind of presumption that like the person who does that should be incriminated. But that doctrine does not, from my understanding of American law, this is not legal advice. Nobody has retained me here. Nobody in the chat has retained me. From my understanding, it does not translate to, okay, I can now punch this person, right? Which is what happened, from my understanding, in the Chud case. And so there's that. And then the other question is, Chud walked away, right? So if the concern was, okay, the initial agitation is what spawned the altercation, which resulted in that firearm being drawn, right? Did that altercation not end when Chud walked away?
I would think so.
So there's I'm drawing a blank on his name, but he was real big in the law tube during the Rittenhouse case. The law of self-defense. That guy. One of the things that I remember him talking about is like you have the windows open and close on cases kind of like this. Is you can have like someone say something agitating, but if that one of them walks away, that window closes because that inciting event can't be the thing that, because they went their ways, they like the windows closed on that part. And then what happened next to reopen the window.
Right. I understand that principle. It's named a bit differently in Canadian law, but we have a lot of similarities.
Fair.
So
No, never mind.
I would. Okay, so this is. I think this is one of those cases where my head goes to, because I haven't seen the video. I got to watch the video, but I haven't seen the video. You guys have described it. Chud walked away from the initial incident. The guy ran up on him from behind. Yeah.
Yep. Punches him.
Started punching him. Punching. Yeah. Started punching him. And I assume
new emoji coming out.
Penunching. Did Chud engage in the physical altercation, or did he immediately go for his firearm?
So this is the thing. This is how they describe it, like based on the review of the surveillance footage. This is an official report, right? They say during either Lee's, that's Chud, right? He claimed the incident began when a man outside the courthouse pointed and laughed at him. Eitherly claims he walked away after interacting with the man, but the man followed him and started punching him, which is when Etherly said he drew his weapon. I think there's still some exact confirmations missing.
Okay, so right? So I think that matters. I think that matters because, I mean.
And here, just a second, I wasn't finished. So no, it's fine. It sounded like I was finished. It's all good. So at the actual hearing, right, the defense argued that Chud, right, did not pull out his weapon until he was physically struck. However, The prosecutors going against him questioned his intentions, adding that before the incident, he made posts online about quote unquote going free and quote unquote riots in the streets, though the full context was not revealed in court. So the question is kind of like, okay, can an online statement, right, be conveyed as like an agitation or a potential outcome in a confrontation such as the one that he found himself in with that individual?
I don't know. I don't know what one thing has to do with the other.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like online conversation, like
It's a red
online
herring.
bullshit. Yeah, it's online
It's a red
bullshit.
herring.
Yeah.
Just
There's
on its
no-
face,
not
also, if you know
enough.
anything about his content, right? 'Cause that's all he does is agitation content.
Right.
Well, this is part of it. I believe there is Milani was talking about it yesterday too. There is a principle in law, obviously not a lawyer, but there's a principle in law that is like you cannot just attack the character of a person in accordance to the action. Let's say that I have a debate online, and I say during the debate online that in accordance to per capita, certain demographics are worse than others. If I have a traffic, if I have a traffic accident, the prosecution or the prosecution cannot use my debate online to charge me for something that
Right,
has
Barn?
nothing to do with the
That's
traffic
the shit
stop.
right there.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking.
they do that to discredit your character, not as evidence towards the case. They do it as a discredit factor. They want you to look as bad as possible in front of the jury.
So I think this is one of the things that he was talking about, Brian. I think he needs a good lawyer when it comes to all
Jerry.
this, obviously,
That's funny.
so that those kind of things cannot go. But I don't think the thing that he said online has anything to do with this specific case. The case should be on the grounds of whether or not he used appropriate self-defense. Yeah, if he used appropriate self-defense, that would be the only question I would have to answer when it comes to all of this.
So
now I could
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm not a lawyer. It sounds like someone on the panel is a lawyer. What would constitute the difference between self-defense and a mutual combat case? Because in a way, I can kind of see. Okay. Okay.
And there was a disproportionate use of force.
Yes.
From the eye, as meets the eye. Not perceptively, because we don't know what Chud perceived as a threat to his life. We can't prove that. Where was I going to go?
Mutual combat would have been them fighting against each other, right? It would be an actual just fight.
But
in this case,
technically,
there was no somebody shot,
dueling
somebody
with
pew
pistols
another. So
is mutual
That's
combat.
kind of why I wanted to ask, because if I get into let's just say me and Bandit agree to have a duel with pistols, would that be mutual combat or would that be something else?
Of course.
Yeah, that's
course it would be
proportionate
mutual.
use. Yeah, it's proportionate use of force is what makes it mutual.
Okay.
So yes and no, because obviously when they still institute mutual combat laws in the states, you don't allow dueling, right? Because it cannot be life threatening when you do mutual combat. Yeah.
Hypothetically, yes, that would be a mutual combat.
Yeah, in the true, if we're going to talk about like the true legal sense, does mutual combat in its essence truly exist outside of like the UFC? No.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
That's
what I
so
was
funny,
kinda getting at,
Beatrix.
is some states still have mutual combat laws.
So,
but obviously you won't be allowed to
Mushmouth
duel in
Joe,
them.
he's part of my Discord.
Yeah,
He actually
it really
did a whole
depends on the
series on that. That was
confines.
it was funny. I'll shut up now.
This is not legal advice, but like I personally would never get into a mutual combat fight with any, because like you never know what could happen, right? Like, so for instance, like I could agree, let's say me and Darkside Deaconess agree to a mud fight, which I'm sure a lot of people would.
Everybody would show up for that.
Everybody would show up.
3
for
more
that,
days
right?
in purgatory.
Thrift queens.
3 more days in purgatory for that comment, right?
Oh, that's true.
she could allege afterwards because, right, like women, right? Am I right? She could be like, oh, like she set me up, like I was under duress because she's like a bigger creator right now, and like she was trying to get the views and stuff, and I wanted her, her clicks and stuff like that, so I agreed
revoked
to it.
consent halfway through the fight, and she just kept going.
Right.
Yeah. Who knows, right? Like, I guess people are watching, but like everybody makes their own determination about that. See, we got one more viewer for the mud fight comment. See, I told you, people would show up for this. We're not going to do it. I'm sorry. We're not gonna do it.
I kind of want to take it back
What
to
a
what Emmett
tease.
said about.
That's it, AVG. I'm not subscribing anymore. That's
Oh
it.
my
Shit.
heaven, Max. How can I ever earn your vote back? Oh, by doing the fight? Yeah, not gonna happen. All right.
Right. Real quick before you jump in, Dark Side. Sorry, AVG, your mic keeps cutting in and out. It's not terrible, but I just wanted to let you know of it because every once in a while it's slightly hard to make out what you're saying. I don't know if there's anything you can do on your end, but just wanted to make you aware of that. And then Dark Side, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so Emmett brought up the the usage of posted online content. It is public. If it is public, it definitely can be used. But
No.
hold on. I'm not done.
That's not what I mean.
Okay, no worries, Celery.
I'm not done.
I'll figure it out. One way or another.
You said that no, but okay. Hold on. Let me ask you then. You said it shouldn't be allowed, right? The use of those things should not be allowed because they're non-analogous to the case, right?
They're not correlationary to the case.
Right. So
Brooks.
defense and correct me if I'm wrong, AVG. But the defense
What was his name?
and
Brooks?
the
Something
prosecutor
Brooks.
both do character building and character what's the word that I'm looking for?
Starts
yeah,
with an
they
A, but might be toss.
So they're going to use either content that can
Daryl.
be seen in a negative
Daryl
light
Brooks, Beatrix.
to show the jury how bad a person is, or they're going to use content in a positive light to show the jury how good a person is. This is something that is regularly done in jury trials.
In some cases, and it depends on. It usually depends
many
on
cases.
what kind of. No, in some cases, it depends on the case and it depends on the relevancy. When people object, for example, objection relevancy has to do with these kind of things. There is the necessity in some instances where it might be necessary for certain actions. So when it comes to the law, but there is actually a principle in law, as studied by Raymond Lanley yesterday, in which you are not allowed to bring up things that are not correlational to the case just to malign the character of another of an imputee. So if I'm gonna go and go to court because I have something that has to do with me driving, let's say you cannot go on and be like, oh, and you also didn't pay your taxes, thus. So
But if it's a pattern of behavior, if they're trying to establish a pattern of behavior, then wow.
That's where the defense has to come up with the
and be able to. I know.
And they
You're
can
allowed to
also do it.
object to the objection, right?
Let
Bandit.
They can do it to.
Go ahead, Bandit.
They can also do it to establish frame of mind. Like if Ched Logic or Ched the Builder had made a post saying that he was going to start a fight so that he could bang someone prior to this happening, that could definitely be used in the court to show guilt.
Mm.
Yes, but that's directly correlationary, right? That would be that would be directly. Like I said, the point is you cannot just bring up stuff that he has said or has happened in the past to attack his character that has no relationship to the issue at hand. You will have to, for example, if he was at that point in time, in that moment, he said something to start the fight, you can bring that up. But you cannot say, like, 3 months ago or yesterday, he went to a person and called him the N-word. that is
That's
not
establishing
that has no relationship with.
that's
No,
establishing
it
a pattern
doesn't.
of behavior.
No,
And,
it doesn't. Not in this case.
Leia, I want to say you were trying to make your way in. Was that you?
Yeah. Yeah, for just a second, I was just going to respond to Bandit's point that I feel like any decent lawyer would easily argue, at least in my opinion, that in fact it doesn't, or even go to DSD's recent point, establish a pattern of behavior unless he's done it repeatedly. To my understanding, there was a lot of posts basically not like threatening, but kind of trying to push back against those who had threatened him in the past.
For
And
real,
say,
though,
listen,
Phil.
I
For
will
real.
protect myself if I need to. And to me, I don't know, maybe I'm just being an optimist, but that seems a whole lot more like encouraging people not to mess with him and like an announcement of, personal safety than it is like a threat.
Did he need to do that, or do you think it was
Yes.
antagonistic?
No, I think he needs to do that because he was receiving
yeah.
death threat. Like it's the same thing that like if you are in a public you're kind of a public person, you're doing this kind of content. It is a little bit of the cuff. People know you for that. You've received
Common Circles, do you have a show?
Publicly,
Do you have a YouTube channel?
That is not you saying I am going to attack you. It's just for people to know that you are
to not mess with
that you
you.
will defend yourself.
So he was
And it's the same-
responding to a direct and recent thing.
And there's
Yeah.
also a couple things about
matters.
trial strategy, right? Like for instance, if I have a case where I know, like let's say Chud the Builder's my client, right? I anticipate that the defense is probably going to show the jury a whole bunch of horrible videos and maybe even clips, right? Where he goes to a black person and calls them the C word, right? Or the N word. And I would frame that in my statement. I would say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I anticipate that the prosecution today is going to show you many videos where my client is painted in a certain light, portraying him as aggressive, agitating, and even racist. And I would like to remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury that these are simply just clips, right? My client is a content creator. He simply streams for a living. Most of his content is based on a social dialogue element, and these have no weight or bearing on your decision today because they're unrelated to the exact incident that forms the subject matter of this case.
Right. And First Amendment. Frame it as like a First Amendment. Like, remember, it's not, the First Amendment isn't for when we agree,
Nice.
it's for when we disagree. We have
You're
to protect the First
you're
Amendment.
a real one, Marcy.
Yeah.
Should have become a lawyer, Leah.
That's what my
became
mom
a
told
mother,
me.
which is so much better. So W.
Wow.
Yeah, I
My
would
kids
say
think so.
that
Yeah.
I would really
Got
I don't think there is a reason to bring up. If I was the lawyer, which I'm not, and don't hire me, I'm an artist. But if I
Why
was
would
the
I hire you?
lawyer, that would be
Represent
my
myself.
but you will hire me because you need art.
That's true.
I
I do
would-
need art. I have heart.
So I would what I would do is I would absolutely just go on and be like relevance immediately. I would bring up that 100 times. And that would
Well,
make them.
but if
and that
you
would
don't bring it up, it'll seem
make
like
it-
you're, skirting it. I get what ABG is saying. It's framing. You want to be able to acknowledge and frame it in your favor before the prosecution
but-
gets up there and is like, look at this awful person.
Yeah, but in,
Yeah,
in
'cause you
court,
know what
when
they're gonna
when I'm doing
present.
something, you're not. If I'm objecting to something
to
and
the
it's
press.
and I win the object, it will actually be disregarded. It's supposed to be disregarded in trial. Like, you
If-
cannot use that.
Well,
So-
if your objection is upheld, you're granting yourself
Yeah, of
that.
course, but I would still go for it. Like, why wouldn't I do it? It will be a absolute.
So
Unless my name is Rottenborn and I have Johnny Depp on the stand and he is the most charismatic person I ever seen in my life, I would absolutely go on and object to many things.
So if
Thank you very much,
if the
Marcy.
prosecution
I will
is
definitely check
going
it out. I
to
appreciate it.
Present some videos and clips and social media posts or whatever.
Right on, Common.
The defense has access.
Stay with me, and
right,
I'll
to
help.
discovery.
I'll help promote you if I can,
And-
if you want.
Right. So what happens then is if the prosecution says that we are presenting these things as a way to establish a pattern of behavior, the way they present it has to be that way. And when it starts being presented as character assassination is usually when the defense steps in and says, objection, relevance.
Well, AVG, don't they already have all right, so before the trial even starts, they had the defense and the prosecution lawyers will get together to make sure that certain things
discovery.
aren't well, no, I'm not talking about discovery. I'm just saying if the prosecution is going to use one kind of argument, but it's the prosecution or the defense has some case that they're you cannot use this because of
I'm definitely gonna have to check it out, see what you're talking about. I haven't heard about Wick.
It's going to be you're opening the door to have your whole case thrown out. Don't they usually agree to certain things prior to the trial even starting?
So what you're
That would be the first I've heard of that.
Yeah. So we call it in Canada. I don't know what you guys call it in the States. It's called an agreed upon statement of facts. And it's also sometimes there's a mutual book of documents, right? Which is also an agreed upon form of evidence. But truthfully, anybody can bring up anything in an opening statement. I had 2 trials this year so far, and I had one trial wherein a defendant literally did a character assassination on the stand. This was completely unexpected, and I just had to deal with it in the moment. I didn't prepare for it in my opening statement. But yeah, we do generally try and prepare as much as possible. Issues arise when
common circle. Like I said, stick with me.
Right?
Sub to me so you can see when I'm alive and stuff, and I'll keep.
There's a lot of lawyers that seem to think that they're on Suits or something, and they need to be extra entertaining and weird for some unknown reason.
Right. I think I kind of missed the point of where he was going. I thought he was meaning more of the jury, so I was going to ask if he meant voir dire. That's what I thought he was trying to get at. But
Is a voir dire, or are you talking about jury selection? That's a separate issue.
No, I'm talking about pre-trial. There's there can be things that
I won't cover it, but I'll look at it.
The prosecution, they want to win. Well, both sides want to win. Prosecution wants to convict, and the defense, they want an acquittal. But
thank you very much, Jared. You are a good guy.
Say, hey,
and again, if you don't know, he has his own channel. Check it out. Have a good night, man.
You can try this tactic, but you're gonna open yourself up to grounds that we get the whole thing thrown out. I wish I had a better example to prevent a mistrial, because
you can dismiss evidence without a mistrial, can't you?
I wish I had an example to illustrate this perfectly, but I'm drawing a blank on it.
For example, bringing up his silence or somebody's silence as a reason to mistrust him, which will be a violation of the Fifth Amendment, which will end up in a mistrial. It can be a mistrial with prejudice in some cases. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Rittenhouse, when they brought up his pretrial silence. That's the
exactly. But that it has to do with violations with that's nothing to do with pretrial. That's a direct violation of his Fifth Amendment. What you can do in pretrial, correct me if I'm wrong, Daria. What you can do is that in the discovery phase, you can both parties going in, they show evidence, and evidence can be thrown out depending on arguments from both sides and what the judge decides what kind of evidence can be accepted.
So not during discovery.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, not during. So we call it examinations for discovery, or a lot of people refer to it as depositions. So the stages through the court process are pleadings, right? The lawsuit, the defense, followed by the the discovery process, right? Sometimes mediation, the attempt to resolve occurs first. That's just basically a settlement meeting with a selected mediator, a professional present. But yeah, the discovery process is effectively where each party presents their case in documents. All relevant documents are required to be disclosed. You can also question people. There's a whole transcript that arises.
Thank you very much for the engagement, Phil. I hope to keep you around. Have a good night, man.
They will be there in the case. If there is a request for more documents, right, that is typically made during the examinations for discovery, but no document exclusions occur, to my knowledge. If there's going to be an exclusion, it typically happens, Leah said this a bit earlier, during a voir dire, right? So if there's a specific piece of evidence that she feels as though that the judge feels or the counsel feels, right, that it should not be included because of relevancy or because it's in some kind of violation of court rules and it is excluded during a voir dire. I've never heard of a motion pre-trial proceeding where they've agreed to just simply axe something that would have been disclosed at trial. If it happens, please forgive me because I've never heard of it.
I'm talking about evidence that there is certain evidence, like evidence has to be accepted. I think
Discovery. That happens during the.
So
yeah, but you can be thrown away. I'm sorry. I heard that there have been like either documents or evidence that is that can be thrown out or it's inadmissible, or the judge decides that it's inadmissible and it happens before the trial. I might be wrong, but that's I've heard of that.
Evidence can be rejected.
Yeah, and the big one is confessions that were beaten out of the suspect.
So wait, through a motion, sure, but like at the discovery process, no.
Before it's before trial.
No, before
so
that.
It's before trial, and it's what the evidence is presented, and then it can be done through the there's a process, but yes, like there is evidence that it gets thrown out even before the trial.
Let me make sure I'm not, because in Canada, no, you have to bring a motion or have a voir dire trial within a trial.
He might be thinking of a motion to suppress, but like you said, it would have to be a motion.
Yeah, you need to request a specific, like you need to get an order from the court. The only way that occurs is through either a motion or a trial within a trial.
Well, there's another way, and it's if during what's it called, where you ask the other side for all their information that they're presenting.
Yeah, it's a
discovery.
okay,
Yeah, if they fail discovery,
just a
then it can be
second.
thrown out.
This is so it's different in the United States,
like
but it is similar.
So
it is similar.
just to be sure,
motions in Lamine to ask a judge, but it's a motion. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that it's pre-trial.
I got it right.
Yes, for what I see, the
pre-trial motion to suppress evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because I'm using the word motion? Like it's not. Okay, so like a discovery.
I'm just saying that it's pre-trial. I'm just saying that it's pre-trial. I'm not saying that it's a motion or the. I'm not arguing any of the terminology. I'm just saying that it happens pre-trial.
Okay, so because sometimes I get too into like the legal definitions and I like completely. Okay, so yes, a motion can be done before a trial to exclude documents. Is that clarifying?
Yeah, the discovery is like the exchanging of evidence, and then if so, let's say the defense has the evidence in their hand and they're going, this is not relevant to the case, then they would file a motion to suppress that evidence.
Yeah, but it requires a court order. So
right, yeah.
Whether that and a lot of the times the evidence, like if it is sketchy, they leave it to the trial for a reason, right? They're trying to do like a fast
to discount the prosecution.
So it is rare, but yes, generally the discovery process is for the disclosure of documents, not the elimination. I've never heard of an order like the discovery process is done in a formal sense, sure, but I've never seen a judge make an order at the discovery process with respect to exclusion of documents. I've heard them make orders rather with respect to the disclosure of documents, certainly. But most of the time, it's like an agreement between counsel, like I'll make best efforts, or I'll take that under advisement.
Of course.
Or yes,
try to help people that help me out.
We'll seek to produce that, right?
I appreciate the engagement. I hope to keep you around.
Yeah, but in this case, for example, I would make, if they're gonna present like videos of him saying the N-word, which I don't think is relevant to the case, I would be like, no, this is not relevant, and I would do it even before the trial starts.
Yeah. So sorry. So why wouldn't that be relevant to the?
Yeah, let's say that To this case specifically, what is the question? I would say the other way around, right? Your presenting this video is from three months ago. He said the N word. You know what does it have to do with him trying to defend himself? So I would ask you to provide what is the relevancy. Why would I have to do that for you?
Yeah. So this person, right? Aren't they black? The person, the Fox
That
guy.
he
Yeah. What has that to, like? If he said he is again, he's an activist. He is an activist when it comes to free speech. He says the word. He doesn't mean that way. He's been made. Whatever he said 3 months ago has nothing to do with what happened during this incident. In fact, in the incident, according to the perspective that we have, he didn't say anything. He didn't provoke it.
I didn't even realize. Yeah, that's not how you spell it.
I guess I'm playing
But
devil's
close
advocate
enough.
here
I
in a
got
more
it.
legal sense. Yeah. So I'm assuming that the balance of the defendant's case will be primarily centered around, that what you're saying, it has nothing to do with the case, and I anticipate that a lot of the prosecution's case is going to lean heavily on the fact that there is a certain pattern of behavior which is agitating in nature and specifically designed rather to elicit an outcome in the individuals he's approaching, and that's exactly what the defendant got on this day in question with Fox. And so if I was on the prosecution side, I would say relevancy. Well, the relevancy speaks entirely to the intent of Fox. And I
To the
think
intent
you'd
of
be
Fox, but
overruled.
you're trying to prove the intent of my client. You're not trying to prove the intent of. We don't care about the intent of Fox in this specific case. If you're trying to prove the intent of
Sorry,
my client, because you're
is
saying that he doesn't have a claim for self-defense.
sorry, is Fox not informed by the conduct online, right, of Chud, right, of the defendant? Is that not any kind of consideration in terms of the case before the court?
Was this something that happened online, or was this something that happened in person? And we're talking about if somebody
Sorry,
says something online, does it mean that
are we just
anybody
gonna
has the
pretend
capacity
like
to
are we
attack them?
just gonna pretend like online figures aren't known in IRL formats?
He can be known, but it has nothing to do with the interaction that we're talking.
That's putting it politely,
What's the
Holmes said.
relevancy in this specific instance of what he said 3 months ago?
Fox knows, right, what the pattern of behavior is, right? He knows, right, that he has that Chud the Builder has a firearm, that he's prepared to utilize it, right? He understands that the whole goal of the interaction is agitation. So, like, who's really unpredictable here, Fox or Chud?
What you're saying right now seems like he was harassed. He was actually in the lookout for my client. He wanted to start this kind of attack, if you put it that way. If he was looking at 3 months ago from now, it would be that the case. But I really don't believe that that's relevant at all. Like
Okay,
this
can we
has
use a
to do with
video
a
from 2
specific
weeks?
interaction.
Can we use a video then from 2 weeks prior to the interaction?
Is Fox there?
Sorry, so why would he need to be present in order for us to convey what the relevancy is in terms of like your client's behavior?
Because the behavior, what is the behavior we're talking about? The self-defense, right? That's the
So
behavior.
most of your clients. Sorry, I'm going to talk to you like we're in court because this is kind of fun. Most of your clients' behavior online centers around interactions with the public, right? Just like the interaction that he found himself in that during that day, right?
Yes.
Is it not reasonable for us to entertain the fact that his prior interactions in this same kind of context might be relevant to the court's determination when we're assessing how this interaction, right, which is akin to other interactions, ought to be judged?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say only if that interaction ends up in being a self-defense case, that would showcase what kind of action my client did when he was trying to defend himself. If this has nothing to do with that, then I don't. Okay, then I don't see the relevancy.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the only way that we have to judge prior behavior in relation to this type of interaction is your client's prior content. So you saying that, oh well, this didn't result
Hey,
in the
Mrs.
same
D, thank you
outcome,
very
it
much
means
for the
like, no
engagement.
true Scotsman
Appreciate
policy,
you so much.
like exact
Oh.
same situation. That's not what we need necessarily. It's what you would prefer, I'm sure, but it's not. It doesn't necessarily discount the fact that it's useful for an assessment.
It's the other way around. What we're trying to prove in this specific case is what exactly happened. Okay.
And anybody
what
in the
exactly
chat,
happened that led to these
RSTV,
events?
Rattlesnake
What happened
TV,
10
check them
days
out.
ago, it's not relevant to what happened in this specific case. Was he justified
Yeah, but
now?
if
Or
if
what?
what
Or are you trying to just attack my client because of his character, because what you think his character is, and not what he actually did?
if
Try
what
to give us
happened
a
10 days ago, occurs on a regular basis, then they're definitely building
Hey,
on
Elmo,
behavior
you don't need
pattern
to apologize,
because
brother.
he is known to go around
Good to see
using
you.
racial
I hope you're
slurs
doing well, man. That's all.
live on the internet.
Correct.
Yeah, I saw that,
Right.
Mrs.
So
D. That's
right, that's the
insane.
pattern. He has an
I was trying to get done
yeah,
so I could
he
send
has
people
an
over to you, but
antagonistic pattern of behavior, which resulted
people
in a
like
physical
talking.
altercation the day of the shooting, and he ended up shooting somebody.
Yeah, well, I need you to. The question will be then if he initiated this altercation. So the question becomes: did he actually initiate that altercation? I want to see some proof of that.
The initial altercation he did, right? He did
Which
go
is
up to that guy,
for the
right? Right.
court's
I know, because we separated the two incidents, right? But so
It can be
the
against
day
one or
of,
both.
he walked up to the guy and was antagonistic towards him. Yes, or do we not know?
He was antagonistic against him in accordance to what
Thank you,
he
Elmo.
has
Appreciate you,
said
buddy.
in he got in, he said something to the guy, he was like, hey, what's up? And then he left, he tried to leave, and then he was attacked, and then he tried to defend himself. And what you're
Oh,
doing is
Mrs.
you're
D.
trying to present
Oh,
things
that's
that
funny.
happen in other instances to present as evidence against his character, which has nothing to do with the case.
No, I'm not doing
That's why I
anything to
don't
his
want it to be
character.
removed.
It's being presented um, to prove a pattern of behavior with the guy that pulled out a firearm. And if
Yeah.
this man on a regular basis live online goes around
Let's say that
hold
I
on,
lie a lot.
yelling racial slurs
I lie 3 times a day on at 8, 5, and 7.
in an
And then
antagonistic manner, he goes around calling people racial slurs to get an emotional reaction out of them. And
I
like
like
ABG already said
Jake.
on this day,
I like
that
Mrs.
may
D
have been
too, but I
exactly
like
what
Jake.
was elicited. But the thing is what I'm asking is, do we have audio recording of what was said during the first interaction?
Yeah, we
Well,
don't. We don't for more reliable case.
Yeah,
Emmett's
don't have
best
that.
point.
Let me
Best point in this. Oh,
let me cut in real
sorry.
quick, guys. You're okay. I just want to. So it seems like it's a pretty decent conversation. I don't want to interrupt it because like I'd mentioned, I was gonna end like almost an hour ago at this point, but I'm willing to just let it go. But I'm just kind of curious: do we still have a lot of content to cover? Do you think, or? So I need to take a shower, and I'll just let you guys have at it for a few minutes while I go shower.
I
was gonna make one more statement on it. Like I wasn't gonna like challenge Emmett any further. I was just gonna make a unique qualifier here that I didn't hear him mention, and that was gonna be my final point on it.
Fair. Real quick before we do that though, Mrs. D is in the chat, and Rattlesnake TV has been getting hit hard by the algorithm. So anybody in the chat, please go over, like as many fucking videos as you possibly can. Comment as often as you can on his channel. Same with mine, but they need it, especially after they just covered some of the naughty gangs and stuff. And I'm sure they're going to get hit. So give them some love. They're going to need it. But yeah, with that, I'll let you guys get back to it.
I'm actually gonna head out. I have an early morning tomorrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and check out.
Yeah, you're good, Deaconess. Real quick, before you leave, I always have everybody shout something out. Go ahead and shout your channel out and anything else you want to shout out before you leave.
Yep, you can find me on TikTok sometimes, YouTube, and X at DRKSDDCNS, short for Dark Side Deaconess. I have a stream coming up this Saturday. It's a chill stream. I'm not sure what content we're going to be doing, but we're definitely not going to be the content and spend cycling, so you'll be happy to know that.
Hey, I'm just disappointed your boy didn't follow you in here, Uncle Tom.
For real though. Oh
Is Tom
shit.
on
I actually
Discord?
so he is not part of my he's not part of my community, but I kind of would have liked, because I was actually trying to get on your panel the other night, AVG, and I was just too tired. I couldn't get on there. But he was trying to call me out for my takes, and I really wanted to talk to him about it, but I didn't get a chance to. So I would have liked to have seen him on the panel, but it's all good. It's all good.
You'll get to talk to him. I'm sure he'll follow me and Darkside. If I'm on a panel, especially if Darkside is, he is there. He is her
He's
little
my buddy, my buddy, my buddy, and me.
I've noticed.
Yeah, the old people will get that.
I haven't been following you for very long, but every time I've seen you, he's been there. So that was it's been interesting. Anyway, yeah, I'll let you finish up your shout out, whatever you got to do, and then God bless and have a good night.
That's it. You guys enjoy the rest of your night. I'll
Heck
talk
yeah.
to you all tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Bye, girl.
Thank you very much for coming on.
All right, she's gone. All right, awesome.
Now bad talk. Here we go. I'm just kidding.
Continue litigation, okay?
Emmett,
we can continue litigation.
Emmett failed. Yeah, I love this stuff. This is why I do this for my job and my side job. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Homestead, for putting that in the chat.
What you said?
Yeah, you failed. Okay, so do you know what the distinguishing factor is between all of those streams and the current incident?
The self-defense? The fact that it ended up in violence?
I mean,
and he moved,
he
moved away. He didn't even.
That's a basic bitch explanation. Come on, no. It took place outside of a courthouse. When have you seen a Chud the Builder stream where he was like filming a guy or a woman, right? A group of people outside of a freaking courthouse.
I don't know. I don't see his content. I don't know everything about his content.
Is he trying to do you believe that given that he was doing this outside of a courthouse that he was like trying to create, content?
By any chance, it wasn't that the Carmelo Anthony court, or he wasn't outside that case, was he?
I don't think so.
No, I think he had been charged for like walking out of a restaurant or something and not paying the bill.
Yes, she is, Elmo. Yes, she is.
She's
my new mod.
Outside of the courthouse. So I did fail, but it's because of I didn't follow the whole.
I'm just being a dick. Obviously, you didn't fail, but I would have raised that too. I would have been like, the situation was different. He wasn't outside of like a Mall of America, right? He was just like, outside of a courthouse.
Well, I was just gonna say that if I lie at 5, 6, and 8 every day, and then yesterday I didn't lie, and you're like making a case about it, it's like what relevance does he have to do whether I lie or not yesterday?
It's premeditation, right? I don't think he was outside. I don't have the specific facts. I'd be very curious to know, but I think it's arguable that why would he just be like outside of a courthouse just looking for content? I understand that he has a selfie stick, right? So it's arguable that he at least was like some kind of he would I assume he probably brings the selfie stick everywhere to document any kind of recorded instances of him being solicited and also attacked by people. But I would argue that the fact that he was outside of a courthouse probably speaks to the nature of the event. And if there was some kind of agitation allegation, right? If it's happening in an unprovoked manner, in an unexpected manner, that probably negates that to some extent.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mike.
It's a complicated case. I wouldn't. All I said to him is he needs the best lawyer he can get, and I hope he gets the best lawyer he can get, because I don't think it was. For what I know, he almost shot himself. So he was actually. It seems like he was trying to actually defend himself more than trying to attack or anything like that.
I think he did in the arm, right?
Yeah, he did.
Can anybody else hear me breaking in and out?
Nope, I hear you fine.
Sounds good here.
That's wild. Maybe it's on my Discord then. I'll have to try to do an update.
Dude, this is I'm going to update mine too, but this is
I highly doubt it's your mic. I highly doubt it's your mic. I have a strong feeling it's going to be Discord of some sort. But if no one else is having that issue, it must be just mine. But it's going to be on the stream, is why I keep mentioning it. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Obviously, I like clear sound as much as I can. Like, you'll see me fucking messing with the sounds all the time, trying to make sure people can hear you well, and not be overbearing with other people. But anyway, like I said, I'll have to try to maybe update my Discord. So I appreciate you asking everybody else too.
I'll do the same. I don't want you to have bad noise, and like understand, like, you know, someone, like, you know, if I'm making a legal point, it's kind of useless if I'm just like
yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. But no, I appreciate you a lot for being here.
I did really good, considering I'm just an artist. But yeah,
right.
You do have a good mic, Emmett.
No,
I mean, you know who else was
I
just
said
an
I
artist,
did a good
right?
argument, not a good mic. Damn it.
That's funny. But
you
yeah,
get
so
the joke?
you didn't get the joke, right?
Like, forget about
I
that.
got the
Let's talk
joke, but
about what's
that was a
actually
big
valuable
move.
here,
That was actually mean. Okay. I did get it, but it was actually mean.
All we're saying is don't give up on art, please. It
Right.
never ends well.
Yeah. Don't give up on your day job.
Yeah.
Anyway, so was there anything else on that topic?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I need to wrap up before much longer. I still need a shower, and so I can go to bed. But was there anything else before I start the shout outs and stuff? Okay. I'll start up in the right hand corner, like typical, or my right hand corner. I don't know what you guys see, but Emmett is in my right hand upper corner. So Emmett, you go ahead and shout your channel out, and then we'll move over.
Yeah, name is Count Emmett. You can find me at Count Emmett in YouTube. I am gonna be doing on Saturday a Q&A for 600. Only wrong answers. So I think
Thank you, Pharmacat. Thank you.
That's gonna be fun to watch.
Nice.
And yeah. So thank you for having me on. It was
We'll talk about tomorrow.
Hold on, AVG.
Oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. I apologize. I am a little bit sleep deprived. Tomorrow I have a debate against Witchy Beachy when it comes to the idea of Christianity is witchcraft. I think it's going to be a good debate. So tune in. It's going to be
I need it. I'm stinky.
Capital A, capital V, capital G, female, average female debater. So.
Right.
I did it wrong. I don't care. But she can do her own channel.
Yeah, right.
Thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah, heck yeah. I appreciate you coming on. And again, you're always welcome back. I really appreciate the respect tonight, Emmett. God bless you and have a good night, man.
God bless you.
All right, so that puts Heaven Maxed apparently in the upper corner. AVG, you were trying to pop in. Were you just trying to get him to talk about the debate?
I just wanted him to shill his stuff.
Okay, I just want to make sure before I have somebody else. Okay, Heaven Max, do you have anything you'd like to shout out?
Just you, this channel, the Discord, and the mods. And congrats on the new mod. That's awesome.
Heck yeah. Well, again, as always, I appreciate you being on the panel. Greatly appreciate your takes, and as always, you're always welcome back. And you have a good night, man.
Yeah, God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to Bandit. What was that, Leia? Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. What was that?
Nothing. I am so sorry. I was just saying good night to Heaven. I am so
sorry. Oh,
sorry.
you're good. You're good.
You're
You should have the chance to say goodnight if you want to. Oh, okay. I see what you're seeing now, Leia, in the chat. Anyway, sorry. Bandit, go ahead.
Bandit 848. I've got a couple of videos up, nothing political. You can find me on anywhere better panels are found, like this one. Make sure you like and subscribe and tip your waitress. Y'all have a good night.
Appreciate you so much. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. I appreciate the respect tonight, and God bless, man. All right, and then AVG, I'll give you the floor next.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Like and subscribe to this man if you haven't already. I appreciate the candid conversations that we have been having for the past couple weeks. So obviously tomorrow as Emmett has mentioned, I am hosting and moderating a debate between him and your neighborhood favorite Satanist witch. I never thought I'd use those words in the same sentence.
For real.
Witchy Bishy. The woman you love to hate, conservative peeps. So join me on that. That will be happening tomorrow at, I think it is 7 p.m.
Nice.
7 p.m. Yeah, 7 p.m. on my channel. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do an after panel where there'll be lots of opportunities to pay money to me, yes, to me, to boot people or to mute people and have all kinds of fun with that. So please join me for that. You will be able to find out whether or not Christianity is witchcraft. Hint. I think we all know the answer, but I'm not gonna say anything. After that, probably going to do a stream at some point during this week with respect to like commentary, and then next Friday have a debate against Anson. The on grids. The topic is secular marriage is a good deal for men. I am obviously on the negative, and that should be great. That's at 8 p.m.
Nice.
And then I will be doing a nerd debate on horseradishes the same evening on whether Kanye West is equivalent to Michael Jackson. He is not. That is my position. So join me for that. Thank you so much for having me on, and I look forward to the next one.
Right on. I do too. Thank you very much, AVG, and I appreciate you coming on. As always, you're welcome back. And anybody in the chat, please check her out. Please check out those debates. I'll be trying to do as much as I can to help anybody that I can out too. So again, as always, you're welcome back, and you have yourself a blessed night, AVG. Thank you very much.
I catch you, sir.
Heck yeah.
My girl.
All right, Leah, go ahead.
All those who have been coming around know me as at Leo Bobia. Pretty simple, just like I appear on Discord and YouTube. I have a channel. However, Saturday I will be here with our friendly neighborhood guild warrior named Devosh Schmidt, and we will also be debating. We're going to be debating. The prompt is: does stigma/shame help steer people away from using drugs and help them find treatment and get clean if they become addicted? And I'm the negative and he is the affirmative, so that should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. So make sure you're subbed to Tater so you can, and have the bell rung so you can catch that. And yeah, otherwise make sure you give him props, help him with the grift, and see y'all next week probably.
Right.
Thanks for having me, Tater.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you being here. And again, if you guys in the chat, please be here on Saturday here on my channel, right, to see Leah and Vosh. Are you going to be restreaming that, Leah?
I might.
Okay.
I know I already did like an announcement on my channel, so I might just not bother. I'm not really trying to build up watch hours or subs right this second for anything, so it might just be more trouble than it's worth, honestly.
Sure.
I'll probably just post your channel and have my people come over.
Yeah, I was going to say, is I don't want to be selfish, right? You're welcome to restream it, but if you don't, it will help me out, right? Because that will draw the people that would want to watch you to my channel, and then we'll eventually do basically the same thing in turn. And obviously, I'm sending people as much as I can over to your channel, but as always, I'm going to scratch your back, right? So I just wanted to make sure if you are going to be restreaming it, they know that they can, and if you are going to be restreaming it, they go and they comment, they like, they give you the engagement, but make sure you're coming back to my channel, right? Again, not being selfish or anything.
Yeah, like I said, I don't. No, not at all. And you deserve, you're moderating and hosting. You deserve some big props and big ups. So I have no problem at all. Like I said, I'll just do a little announcement and put your link in there because I'm not really trying to build up to anything right now, and you are. So that's more than fair.
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not like a lot of people are, but I appreciate that so much more than I can tell you. With that being said, is there anything else that you needed to say or shout out or anything like that?
Just thank you for always hosting, like OBJ, you said, some candid, frank, and sometimes fun and funny conversations. I know we all also appreciate you as much as you appreciate us.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, and I appreciate you saying that. As always, you're more than welcome back on my channel and my panels anytime. You have yourself a blessed night, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
You too. God bless. Have a good night.
Bye. All right, guys. Dang, that was a good show. These are getting really good. I'm glad to have you guys. Appreciate all the engagement that I've had tonight. I'm tired. Need to get to bed. But with that being said, please check those debates out. That we've got a lot of debates coming up. This is going to be an amazing couple weeks. So please be on the ready for them. Be here Saturday, right? I don't have a debate tomorrow, Elmo, but I have one on Saturday. And it's not my debate per se, but it's going to be Leah and Vosh Schmidt. And then I have a debate, and that's to be determined on when it'll be. I do have my first debate getting prepared for it, and I'm super excited about that, but it's going to be a while. I have no idea what I'm doing. Anyway, long story short, I care about you guys. Please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights, because as always, your response time is going to be faster than that of the police to get to your home. Outside of the United States, always take care of yourselves the best way that you know how. And as always, watch out for your neighbors. You don't know what they're going through. Christ is God, the King of Kings, and always will be. And you could have been anywhere else in the world. But you were here tonight with me. And man, I cannot thank you enough for that. So with that being said, I'll get out of your hair. And the potato, signing off. Maybe. Come on, play. There it goes. Have a good night, guys. As I'm exiting, Leia tells me to shill the shirt. As I'm exiting, you got to tell me before that. I've been trying to shill the shirt, right? I do have shirts on my Patreon. They are probably a little expensive, but definitely check them out. And if I can, I will be getting the prices down as much as I can. But check them out. I appreciate you guys. They're pretty awesome shirts. I'm not going to lie. Anyway, peace out.
Every promise printed clean. Stamped the seals we're taught to trust. Now the ink keeps changing shape, while the paper turns to dust. Screens repeat the same old lines, different mouths, identical tone. Truth feels rented by the hour. Facts don't stand, they're overthrown. They say relax, it's all under control, but control feels brittle, cracked and old. If certainty keeps moving round, then tell me where belief is found. Who do we believe anymore? Whenever your voice is but a bird, when facts depend on who you ask, and truth sounds strange as 6 words. Who do we believe anymore? When trust is traded for applause, if everyone's an expert now, then tell me, who's the liar? Who's the cause? Institutions built on stone now sound hollow when they speak. Authority without a spine, lecturing strength from polished weak. Every failure redefined, every lie gets dressed as care. When no one owns the consequence, beliefs dissolves into despair. We're told doubt means you're the threat, but blind face the heaviest debt. As questions make you enemy,